President Trump appears to be fine after a despicable attack on a peaceful rally. Violence has no place in our politics. We appreciate the swift work of the Secret Service and other enforcement and law enforcement. And then
Mario,
Governor
breaking
Walz.
news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Breaking news. Washington Post confirms the shooter is dead.
Yes, we've confirmed that earlier from another source as well, about 20 minutes ago. So now another source confirms that the shooter is dead. If you have any other news, any other information, or your thoughts, let us know in the comments in the bottom right corner. I will go to Bill. I think you dropped. Oh, there, Bill, you're there as well. Jackson, I'm gonna go to you. Get your thoughts on this and starting to focus on what happens next as we're starting to see statement after statement. But we'd love to get your thoughts, your reaction, on what we just saw today.
Yeah, well, Brian shared Chuck Schumer's statement that he's horrified by what happened. Schumer's probably horrified by the fact that that bullet didn't blow his head off. I mean, I don't know how anyone could be watching what's happened over the past 2 years, especially with the escalation of the Ukraine proxy war. I mean, we're on the precipice of World War III. They've been assassinating people all across Russia who are standing against this war. They tried to assassinate the Slovak prime minister. And now they're coming out and they're assassinating the only guy who's saying that he's going to bring into this war and he's going to defund Ukraine. The deep state will always target anyone who is opposed to these wars and who's trying to bring an end to them. And what I think we all need to understand today is not just that we're an inch away from the next president.
Sorry, you can't talk right now, bro. The president
before our very eyes, but
got
we're an inch away from
assassinated, bro. Our president got shot. So hold on.
And now the media is trying to downplay it for the deep state. You have CNN coming out and saying that it was just an interruption of Donald Trump's speech by the Secret Service. They're not even saying that he was shot at. It's incredible. And I'm just very curious to actually follow the details about what is going to happen regarding, further investigations about the shooter or shooters. We have the Washington Post coming out and saying that the shooter is dead, but this is the same Washington Post that told us that Ukraine is good and that masks work and that COVID jabs are safe and effective. So I just want a full investigation. I want to know where all those shots came from.
This is wild.
And I wish a speedy recovery to Donald Trump, our next president.
We do have more information as well. Jackson just came in that we do have BNO News just put out that there's now 2 fatalities. One of them
there was other people shot behind Trump,
and one of them is someone who's attending the rally. We don't know their details yet, so it just came in now, and that the source has not been mentioned. But there is.
BNO News also came on and said the same exact thing.
There was somebody who shot behind. If you saw the clip, bro, like 2 other people got shot behind him.
Chief, I'm just gonna bring you up. I didn't really drop down. I appreciate you saying this. Mr. Pulte, good to have you, sir. How are you?
Well, where's the excuse me? Where's the president of the United States?
Nothing from Biden or
where's the president of the United States? You know,
Biden has been briefed on the incident at the Trump rally, so.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares if he's been briefed? What is he going to do? I think it's despicable. I think the energy has entirely changed in the country, and this is one tough son of a gun. They tried to sue him. They tried to do all this stuff. You know, I try to keep my philanthropy apolitical, as everybody knows. But he's been a friend of mine for a long time, the president. And they want to say his Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. They want to sue him. They want to raid Mar-a-Lago. Now they want to kill him. I think it's a game-changing day for the entire country. And I don't think it'll ever be the same. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you one thing. You know, I started this Twitter philanthropy when the President Trump retweeted me. Then President Trump retweeted me in 2019. I had basically 10,000 followers. Overnight, I got 30,000, 100,000. People hated Trump back then. Hated him. I will tell you, the energy for Trump, especially after a day like today, I have seen a complete change from 2016 because half of my audience is Democrat, half of my audience is Republican. And if you're not an American that says this is really screwed up, I don't know, you know, and I saw this starting with the lawfare. 50% Democrats, 50% Republicans in my timeline. And I have never seen more pro-Trump stuff than I have in the last 6 to 12 months. So take it that what you will, but people are pissed.
So I've got another question for you, Mr. Pulte. Before that, Chief, I think you've got some updates for us.
Yes, I have updates, yeah.
Yeah, jump in. I went to you for that reason. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead. And Chris,
so-
I see Chris Palombi. I see you requesting. I see great speakers requesting. We'll be bringing you up gradually as we rotate the panel. So just do stay with us. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so the shooter again allegedly is Mark Valitz, but there was a video on YouTube that Mark Valitz did post, and that called for justice to be coming on a video on YouTube, this person again allegedly is linked to Antifa. That's what I saw from this profile.
What's the source of that? Oh, so okay, so you're saying the shooter is allegedly linked to Antifa? Can you tell us how
there's
you
a
came
video.
to that?
So there's he posted a video. I'm trying to get the video right now from the person who posted it, but there's a video that was out from the shooter about justice being coming, and I'm gonna get the video for you in a couple minutes.
Okay, that just.
I appreciate it. So you're saying yeah, exactly. If you tell us the source as well, because it's pretty. We could have a lot of impact on what happens next. But the question I have for you, Chief, is has the shooter been identified? As far as I know, he has not been identified, but you might have seen more information.
This is per the Butler Police Department.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I appreciate you.
Got another statement which is from George W. Bush, and he said, quote, "Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe. Following the cowardly attack on his life, we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response." That is a statement by former President Bush.
And obviously something we mentioned earlier is pretty major as well. We do have Elon endorsing Trump not long after the shooting as well. We read that earlier.
And you also have Ryan Cohen endorsing him. I don't know if people saw that or if anybody cares about Ryan Cohen, but the chairman of GameStop, who's very liked. That's a huge deal that he came out just now too.
Well, I think we're going to see from the movement to have Biden step down to a movement of more endorsement of Trump after the incident. I think this is something that we could all expect and we're starting to see as well. I do want to go back to you, Mr. Pulte, and kind of comes back to that question. What do you expect to see next? Do you expect the support behind Trump to surge? Do you expect Biden now to have no choice but to step down, even though this seems unrelated to Biden? Would love to get your
I do. I will tell you. I was getting phone calls today about this Milwaukee thing because some people are trying to get me to go. I don't know. That's not my background noise, by the way. But people are trying to get me to go. And the fundraisers are borderline sold out in Milwaukee this week. I think this is going to put them over the top.
Bro, what up?
I hear businessmen, Fortune 500 executives are all rallying around Trump. You see Elon coming out. Bro. I don't know if you saw the other day, Ken Griffin, I'm not his biggest fan, the big market maker, Citadel guy, multi-billionaire. He just met with Trump. Paul Singer, billionaire, just met with him. So I just think the momentum is incredible. And this, obviously, is not the momentum we want. But, wow, I mean, this just takes it to a whole other level. This feels like a Reagan moment. I mean, I wasn't alive or, really conscious back then, but this feels like a Reagan moment. But with everything else that's gone on, I see it in my Twitter feed. The Twitter feed is 50% Democrats, 50% Republicans. If I would have tweeted years ago, which I did, because he's a friend, and he helped launch Twitter Philanthropy about him, people would hate on him. It's entirely changed.
So we do have Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris has received a briefing, but no comments from Kamala Harris either. Andrew, good to have you. Last time you were on stage, just the year keeps getting crazier. It was Iran attacking Israel, and today we do have Trump shot, injured, and the shooter deceased. Initial thoughts?
The shooter is dead. He's been dead for like
Andrew, is your mic working?
Yes, I'm here, gentlemen. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Andrew,
well, I'm actually particularly upset. I feel very upset because there is a strange sense of dread that comes from seeing the future and being so permanently and utterly correct all of the time. This is not a surprise. It's often I go through life hoping I'm wrong about things, and I wasn't wrong about this. And the reality is, if Trump wins, there's a whole lot of people who are in a lot of trouble. People who've been in charge for a very long time, who've broken a lot of laws, and people who aren't prepared to see it inside of a jail cell. And he's a 78-year-old man. He can have a heart attack, he can get poisoned, XYZ. The easiest avenue for these things is usually by proxy. So they say it's some crazed lone gunman, some crazed Antifa guy. Of course, I don't give a fuck who the shooter was, because the shooter's nobody. Who told the shooter to do this? Who inspired them to do this? That's the real interesting question. And the shooter being dead does not make that helpful. That's not a helpful thing. That the vengeance of him dying doesn't make the actual investigation easier in any regard. In fact, it makes it impossible. So him dying is very convenient for the people in charge, and it's going to be quite upsetting that the person or persons who decided this had to take place might be the same people who tweet out, "Oh, we're very glad that Trump's okay," and then something else is going to happen later down the line. November's a long way away, and I'm genuinely upset by this because this is the end of the Western world as we know it. Trump is the last hope. You get 3 lives, as I've said multiple times. I said once you've turned down their money, which I did myself. Once you turn down their money, they delete all of your socials, and after that, they try and put you in jail, and if that doesn't work, they will kill you. And I don't know if Trump's going to make it to November, and I'm genuinely very upset.
So you don't think this is a lone wolf that tried to assassinate, allegedly assassinate Trump?
Absolutely fucking not. That is the biggest scam garbage. The idea that some one lone crazed gunman. That is the proxy they use for nearly everything. Anyone who understands the world knows that nobody likes to get their hands dirty. And this is how things operate endlessly, right? The recent terrorist attack in Russia. Oh, ISIS did it. Yeah, okay, ISIS did it. Who sponsored them? Who trained them? Who convinced them? Who gave them the weapon? Who sent them there? There are intel agencies around the world constantly and endlessly looking for some idiot to do something stupid. Whether it's via religious indoctrination or political indoctrination, you can be an intel agency from nearly any country in the world. China, Russia, America, you name it. Saudis, doesn't matter. They're constantly on the internet trying to find some dumbass, hoping he'll go and do something stupid, and they have plausible deniability. We've all seen the movies, right? You get caught, it's nothing to do with us. I'm coming to save you. That is the standard operating protocol. They wanted this to go through. They wanted Trump to die, and they wanted to blame this one dummy, and they wanted to put one dummy in jail and go, "Oh, we fixed the problem now. We caught the dummy, and the dummy's in jail. What more could we have possibly done? Oh, well, the end of America." That was their goal. They don't care about him, and none of us should care about him. He doesn't matter. What matters is he was sent there to do this, and anybody who thinks he wasn't doesn't understand this world very well. And that's what's scary, because when you use proxies, you can find more. You think there's not another fucking idiot in America? You think there's not another fucking dumbass who won't go and try something else? There's a lot of dumbasses. What's scary is they've now reached stage 3. Stage 3 has been authorized. I don't want to make this about me because it's not about me. I turned down $55 million. I was deleted from the internet a month later. A few months after that, the Romanian government was told to put my ass in jail. That's how it works. My stage 2 has been authorized. Thank God it's not yet stage 3. That day may come. Someone has signed off now. Trump has to go. And if we think that him surviving this assassination attempt, which has made him a legend, has increased his power, has made him a larger threat to them, has them sitting there going, "Ah, shit, we missed. I guess we'll just let him be president," then you need to wake up to how the world really works. Because now they're more afraid than they've ever fucking been. And scared dogs bite. And now they're going to do anything it fucking takes. And November is a long way away.
So, Andrew, not sure if you know, Elon has posted 46 minutes ago, "I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery." 39 minutes ago, he posted another photo of Trump holding his fist up. And 31 minutes ago, he posted, "Last time America had a candidate this tough was Theodore Roosevelt." That was 31 minutes ago by Elon. Do you expect to see, we've got others that have endorsed, I can't remember who it was, that have endorsed Trump as well in the last, since the attempted assassination. What do you expect to happen next? Do you expect an influx of endorsements to Trump? And does that essentially seal Trump as the next president 100%. After how this event unfolded?
Does it seal Trump as the next president? Is that an option on the table for the people who have just tried to assassinate? Are they prepared? Let's be professionals here. Are they prepared to rig an election? Well, yes. They're going to attempt to assassinate him. Let's say they fail. Then they'll rig the election. If they rig the election, the whole country will be up in arms. It'll be civil war. Do you think these people who are in charge really give a fuck about civil war? Do you think they care about you at home and your groceries and your house being broken into and the black on white insane violence that'll be spawning from the cities with the illegal migrants they've led in? You think they give a fuck? These people don't care about you, and these people won't be in the war. They're going to be on a jet somewhere at Davos. I have been unfortunate enough to travel all of the echelons of society. I grew up with a single mother on government housing, and I've sat around with sheikhs ordering Bugattis. I've seen it from top to bottom, and I'm telling you, they don't give a fuck about you, and they're not scared of a civil war either. The idea that, oh, they can't just rig the election, everyone will know. You think they give a fuck if you know? They just tried to fucking kill the president and we all know. They don't care. And if I keep saying this kind of stuff too tough, I'll be put on their list. What's most scary is they don't fear any possible consequence. Because we're now living in a world where we don't know who our rulers are. You don't know who they are. You can't name them. You can name a few. You can name a couple of the puppets they put out front. But there's a whole bunch of people behind them you can't name. You could walk past them on the fucking street. We don't know who our rulers are. And we don't know who's in charge of assassinating the people we want to rule us. So they don't give a shit about civil war. They don't give a shit about anything besides someone like Trump coming into power and changing the order of things and changing the operating protocol of shadow figures deciding what's what. That's what they're afraid of, and they will do anything it takes to prevent it happening. We're now sitting around talking about an election in November. We're assuming he makes it to November, and then we're assuming there's going to be a fair election. I think that's a lot of assumptions. I just think that these people understand that this is a non-starter for them. They've sat in a room and said he can't be president. They're like, oh, but what if? There is no what ifs. He can't be president. I say to the world all the time, I never went to university. I don't read books, blah, blah, blah. I do all these podcasts, etc., etc. I'm street smart. I'm from the streets. I've been in rooms with drug dealers sitting there saying, this guy has to die. We can't let him live. And he ends up dead. And if that's low-level drug dealer bullshit for a street corner, we're talking about now about the most powerful country on earth and its government. You're telling me people in a room aren't sitting there going, nope, not acceptable. Oh, then what are we going to do? Then fix it. That's how the world fucking works. He's been signed off now. They've signed off on stage 3. Trump can't eat food safely again. He can't fly in a fucking helicopter. He can't get on a fucking plane. He can't go out in public. He can't do fucking anything ever again until November. And then we have to assume they're going to give a fair election, which they're fucking not. Because everyone seems to think that they're afraid of us knowing what they're going to do. That ended with Epstein. By the way, I would never kill myself. They used to operate in the shadows. They used to sit and say, well, let's gonna do this. Let's do something nefarious, and then let's use the media machine to lie and convince everybody at home that we didn't do it. Epstein was the point where they were like, we have no choice but just to pull the trigger. Epstein was a perfect example. He has to die. But he's in maximum security prison. Doesn't matter, he has to die. But they're gonna know we killed him. Doesn't matter, he has to die. That was it. Signed off on stage 3. Cameras were turned off. He's in prison cells. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone knew they did it. And what did we do? Nothing. Make memes. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, memes. And they sat there and thought, oh, okay, cool. So they know. We know they know. But nothing happened. And that's where the world has changed. That's where the world's changed. They now know we know and nothing happened. They don't give a fuck anymore. And they're not trying to hide it anymore. If they can get Epstein in a fucking prison cell, they can get Trump at a fucking rally. And I'm telling you now that stage 3 has been signed off, we've entered a new territory, scarier than ever before.
So we do have just a quick update. I see Sully unmuted, but we do have the Polymarket has now put the odds of Trump being the next president. Obviously, if Andrew, if he survives until November, at 69% from 60. That's in line with the influx of endorsements that we're seeing. But Sully, I'll give you the mic.
Yeah, Andrew, you mentioned about the shooter, and you said that really, in reality, he's a patsy. He doesn't matter. There was reports earlier from what Chief mentioned that possibly this could be Antifa, and again, these are all expected claims. Who would have motive?
Just the claims, sorry, I've got an update. The claims of him being Antifa seem to be not true, because these claims also state that these claims, I just read that these claims say he's been arrested, but now I'm getting footage of him deceased, and there's been reports earlier that he was deceased, so debunks this claim.
Yeah, I said unconfirmed. So,
yeah.
Hey, Mario, can I just add something? Hey guys, can I just add something real fast? So there's a photo of a man that's being spread around and it's saying it's Mark Violet, and apparently, according to some community notes, the photo's not of this man named Mark Violet. It's actually an Italian football fan called Marco Violi. So I think there's a lot of misinformation being spread around. I don't think anybody has identified the shooter as of yet, even though we've seen a lot of
correct.
stuff
And it seems
around.
Exactly, and that goes that guy, the Violet, whatever his name is, the Antifa, the reports of him being Antifa, which we were talking about earlier. So they said that he's been arrested, but we've had reports that the shooter is deceased. But anyway, Sully, go ahead.
So yeah, my question was only based on that. Then there's going to be claims that he's Antifa, there'll be claims that he's from the left, there'll be many, many claims, right? And the question most people are going to have is, I know you said they, you mentioned the word they a lot, but who would have motive to take out President Trump 4 months before the election? Andrew, that's question 2.
Great, so I'm the next one on the list, huh? Well, I think if you understand the world, you understand that it's always everything about money and power. So you have to sit and decide and use your own mind
to live news coverage of
decipher which
Trump
large interest groups want to retain their stranglehold on American policy, primarily foreign policy, because the government doesn't give a fuck about any of the people in America. They don't care about you. They care about their global influence, and they care about making sure everybody's afraid of them and using their military industrial might to blow the fuck out of anybody who disagrees with anything they say. So there's different interest groups which could perhaps agree that losing their stranglehold on American foreign policy would be disastrous. There's probably one primary one.
Daddy Trump for president.
I think anybody with a brain
Trump's a
can
landslide
work
at this
out
point, though.
who that is.
100%.
I'm in the middle of a very
precarious
precarious legal predicament here in Romania. I have to be very careful what I say. But it's primarily about American foreign policy. That's what it's primarily about, because America is the world's bully, and they control how most of the countries that you'd like to visit at least operate. They control who the leaders of all of these countries are, and they're getting these countries to implode in real time. Like, they effectively force Western Europe to implode and self-destruct on command. They force them to hang themselves. And to do this, you have to be fearsome. And what you don't want is a president who says certain things. Anti-war is only one of the things. But also putting America first is another thing they don't like the idea of. They don't care about the American domestic economy or the domestic populace. They don't want you to put America first. They want you to put the military-industrial machine first and put bullying and destroying other nations first. They have no care for the average American citizen. Who these people are, I think it'd be very interesting to ask a few other people, and if anyone else says anything, which I agree with, perhaps I'll put a thumbs up. But
so I've been talking this whole time. You said yo
it's
earlier,
pretty
but I didn't hear
plain
anything
to
back.
see.
Would you have information as well just now? Attendees at the Trump, so that goes with the reports earlier and the footage that was being shared, that we've posted. Attendees at the Trump rally, that's from Austin Defender in Pennsylvania, are claiming that the shooter was on the roof of a building adjacent to the rally and that he was eliminated by a Secret Service counter-sniper team only seconds after he began shooting. That came in 7 minutes ago. Alexander, this is an area you'd probably be an expert on. Would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so for context, my name is Alex McCoy. I'm a former Marine Corps sergeant. In my military service, I worked directly with Secret Service a number of times, including protecting then President Obama during a speech similar to this. And so, you know, a lot of people are probably asking themselves, how could something like this happen in the first place, right? And there admittedly is a tension between the understandable desire for a presidential candidate to interact with the voters, to be out there, you know, hiding behind closed doors or, you know, be behind big bulletproof barriers. And that is something that's always going to be a trade-off between...
Your mic, just be careful. Alexander, your mic, you have to stop moving your mic. In the meantime, I'm going to be posting a footage. The team's about to post a video any second now that shows the shooter on a rooftop. So I'd love to get your analysis of that footage. It should come in any second on my account. The team will pin it at the top. But go ahead, just make sure you don't move your mic because you keep moving in and out.
Got it. Yeah, so, you know, it seems to be that the shooter was coming from former President Trump's right-hand side. He sort of turned his head to the side when the shots were fired, and the counter-sniper team appears to have been on a rooftop to his left. And so my interpretation is, you know, you hear two sets of shots, the first likely coming from the shooter, the second likely a response by the counter-sniper team. And it appears that they did eliminate this shooter, and there's some footage circulating of what appears to be a body on that opposite side rooftop that may be the shooter. It is really important that we, try to be
take everything with a grain of salt.
Not spreading, rumors or anything on this. It's obviously going to be a developing situation. But what I think everyone should remember is, we really, really need to try to not let this make us react in the moment. It's understandable to be angry. It's understandable to be, very frustrated with the state of the country. And, any use of violence in politics is just absolutely despicable. And even people like myself, who may not be fans of Donald Trump, should all be able to agree that it's not appropriate to try to assassinate somebody who's running for office. So that's my interpretation.
So we're gonna be posting the video of the suspect deceased on a rooftop, apparently shot by the sniper team. I will play a quick video here. It's a 40-second clip of someone, emergency doctor, who apparently who said he tried to save someone's life in the crowd. I'm just gonna play it now. If you can mute everyone.
That's exactly where I heard him come from. What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around and was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here.
Can you hear this before I keep playing it? You can hear it, Sully?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great sound quality, but it's okay.
Another 20 seconds. He's sharing his experience trying to save someone in the crowd.
There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter. So I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him.
There's a helicopter flying in.
So I got people there really helpful. I got.
Is there only one person shot that you saw?
Not hearable now.
Yeah, it's done. There's a helicopter over him, so he's talking about his experience trying to save someone from the crowd. Going to Alexander. Alexander, the footage should be posted right now. Let me just check so everyone could see it. It is. I'm going to pin it at the top. And you probably saw that video because you referenced it earlier, Alexander. But looking at that video that I've just put at the top of the shooter, I would like to get your initial thoughts of that video. Consider where he's shooting from. I don't know how far this is from the podium. Yeah, not sure how far this is from the podium, if anyone knows. Okay, so hold on. According to that report, it doesn't say the source. Let me see if I can get the team to edit it. The dead bodies of at least 2 suspected shooters were recovered after a shooting at Trump's rally. One shooter was found on the roof with the other among the crowd. So I want to see what the source is, but according to the source that just got posted by the team, and there's 2 videos, and I've pinned it at the top, allegedly there's 2 shooters. That's the first I hear of 2 alleged shooters. I'm just going to confirm this is true because the post doesn't say any source. I'm just going to check that now. But your initial reaction to that video, Alexander? Alexander, I think you dropped out. I'm not sure. Vargas, your initial thoughts as well, while I get Alexander back up.
Yeah. So basically,
no, your mic is screwed up as well. So just for the audience, this is. I'm trying to get the source. Oh, still BNO. The source of this is BNO News, which I would, they're pretty accurate. I think they're accurate. Is BNO a good source, guys? I've seen them a lot on Twitter.
I have a question about this video. How likely is it that you have, it looks like he's in camo, but let's ignore that part in case I'm wrong. How likely is it that you have somebody on a roof within shooting distance of the president who isn't spotted by Secret Service snipers until he's already started pulling a trigger? He's just been sitting there. I don't understand this. He was just sitting there with a gun aiming at the president, and the snipers didn't notice until he pulled the trigger, and then they found him and they shot him. Like, what, is that even likely? Every rooftop is scanned.
You would think that they would. You would think that the Secret Service is looking up there on top of buildings at all times to make sure there's somebody not up there, right?
As someone who has done multiple rallies and multiple events for the president, I worked with the counter sniper team, and they, as much as we want to imagine that it's 100% proof, it's not. There's a limited amount of counter snipers that are, yes, doing advanced teams. We do, we send out advanced teams to scout other buildings and open areas. Some of them are covered by buses. Some of them are covered by glass or whatever, bulletproof glass.
He's just cut out, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone else has seen those sources, and I do see that we do have Myron here as well. Go ahead, Suleiman.
Yeah, I was gonna go.
Don't they have helicopters that fly? Doesn't the Secret Service have helicopters flying over to make sure there's not somebody standing on top of buildings?
They do fly over, and not always as the president is talking, but they do fly over every site usually. But the counter sniper teams are not on those helicopters. So the counter sniper teams are in.
Is it your thoughts? So goes to the question, kind of, because I'm gonna link it to Andrew's question, and the question of, responding within seconds. So the shooter was allegedly shot within seconds, from the first shot. But we did get reports that there's been, Suleiman, you were there when the shots happened. 4 to 8 shots. But if he was shot within seconds, does that mean that likely there's another shooter? And then Andrew.
It's because so then doesn't that sound like, and this is a question to Jose if his mic continues to work, or if not even Myron, asked Myron to come in because he was also a Fed in the past. But basically, it sounds like because we heard multiple shots, but we didn't hear the angle of from where it was. So it could be some of those shots were from the shooter,
Secret Service.
The others were from the Secret Service. So
correct.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it could be from the Secret Service because like I said earlier, as the president is speaking, Secret Service is always scanning the crowd, always looking for weapons, always looking for that abnormality, and for those possibilities. Our motto was, take no chances. So I'm pretty sure if those other shots were from the Secret Service, it was almost instant, as they saw.
But then how could he? But then the question is, how did he make it onto the rooftop in the beginning? Andrew's question earlier. And by the way, Nancy Pelosi did comment just earlier, about 10 minutes ago. I thank God that former President Trump is safe. That's from Nancy Pelosi 12 minutes ago. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
So the building that any protectee goes to, Secret Service has jurisdiction. It's like an invisible bubble, but they don't have ultimate jurisdiction or even the capacity to look at every single building that surrounds that venue. They can control the venue that the protectee is in, or the president in this situation, and the surrounding areas, but there is no way of them having access to every single building. Now,
I understand that, sir. My question is, my confusion is this: it seems a logic fail, right? If this person can sit on the roof and either shoot or assume he didn't shoot, let's say the person in the crowd shot, and the shots go off and they jump all over Trump, and he doesn't have time to scurry off a roof before he's assassinated and killed, he must have been within sniper view. He must have been on a roof within sniper shot of the Secret Service. They're constantly scanning every single rooftop like they're scanning the crowd. How did this person get on a roof, sit on a roof, end up killed instantly after the shots were fired, without being detected in advance? Because if he was hard to find, he wouldn't have been found at all. He would have been off the roof before they killed him. Something is very strange about this person just managed to get it on a roof within sniper shot of the president and sit there and chill and get rounds off and then instantly get taken out. I don't know. We've all seen Batman Begins. It's kind of like Joker wants all the people who did the job dead. It just seems very strange to me that how this person was allowed to just sit there. He's totally within sniper view.
No, I don't.
Just to add to what Andrew just said, I mean, there's another video that's come out. It's from a live witness who said that he saw the shooter of President Trump on the roof for a few minutes, and he said this was while the police and Secret Service ignored him despite having been shown the shooter earlier. And then he said Secret Service blew his head off. So this is from a claimed witness. And
is that from the one from the BBC?
From the BBC, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. It's a 4-minute video. We're about to put the transcript out. But yeah, so what does he say again, Sully? Can you just brief us again what he said? I'm guessing you didn't listen to it.
Oh yeah, I just it's halfway through posting now, so I went past it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll be posting it with a transcript earlier. But he said he saw the shooter at the top of the rooftop. Did he say how many shots were fired? For a few minutes.
Yeah,
before he was shot.
Yeah, he says live witness says he saw President Trump shooter across the roof for a few minutes. This was while the police and Secret Service ignored him despite having been shown the shooter earlier. But we'll play the video in a second.
So he was allowed to sit on the roof. He got his shots off, and then before he could talk, he was killed. There you go, everybody, ladies and gentlemen at home. It was a pretty easy decision for me to come to. It's a logical conclusion. He was put on that roof. He was allowed to be on that roof. Everyone protecting Trump was told not to kill this man until he'd already shot.
I'll play it now if you want, so everyone can hear it in the audience.
If the audio quality is good, and Vargas will get your thoughts. Can you try the audio quality, Suleiman?
Let me know if it's fine.
No, it's really bad. It's really bad, Suleiman. If Vargas, go ahead. Vargas, go ahead and send it. Ricardo can stream it from my account. Vargas, go ahead.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Andre, but I think it is being in the
So he says, sorry I'm interrupting. He says he saw the guy crawling up the roof. They pointed at him. So continue anyway.
Pointing.
Go on, Jose. I think your mic's terrible though. You need to turn it up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, that's it. Yeah, so what did they say, Sully? Because you gotta fix your mic, man. I can't just keep it on stage. You gotta keep that. What did you say, Sully? What did he say? Obviously, this is one source on the ground.
This is one witness who's saying that he sees the guy crawling along. They point at him, and the police and the Secret Service are there. And I've only listened to the first 30-40 seconds of it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be streaming it shortly. I've just sent it through to the team to try to stream it from my account. The audio isn't too clear, and the tweeting team is coming up with the transcripts. Tristan, I'll be bringing you up in a second. He's going to bring someone down from stage. Andrew, thoughts, and then we'll go to
yeah, you know what's really interesting to me is that we talk about world governments all the time. We talk geopolitically, and we pretend that America's the only failed nation, and it's not. Like, Putin will kill you, as will bin Salman. He'll kill you. Most countries around the world are perfectly happy with assassination. I think the difference is, in these other nations, you know who the ruler is. If you're in Russia, you know that Putin's in charge. And if somebody dies, you know that Putin probably decided that person ran his mouth too tough. And you know who not to upset. You know who to pay respect to. What's very interesting is we're sitting here, all of us as political pundits, I guess, and none of us have a fucking clue who's in charge of America. Nobody has a clue. Everybody just sat and watched Joe Biden fail in that debate so fantastically. And nobody's then come to the conclusion that the president doesn't matter. We're now talking about, Joe Biden's inept. Look, we need a new election. Well, clearly you don't need a president. Clearly the president's never been in charge of anything ever. We're talking about a new election in November. Is it changing the president's going to matter? When clearly the president hasn't got any power in the first place. Clearly not. Because the nation's doing whatever it's doing, and this guy can't fucking speak. None of us know who's in charge of us in the Western world. And to me, that's a lot scarier. If I lived in Turkey, I'd know not to piss off Erdogan. And I'd say, okay, don't piss off Erdogan. And I live in Turkey, and that's the leader, and that's the ruler. And if I get killed, I piss off Erdogan. Fine. You're living in America now. You don't even know who you can and can't upset. You don't even know who your leader is. You don't know who your boss is. You don't know who gets to decide to put you on a list where some fucking lone wolf, crazed psycho, BLM, Antifa, whoever decides to put a bullet in your fucking brain. And we're living in a world now where they have such a stranglehold on this false democracy and such a stranglehold on the fiat currency and such a stranglehold on the media machine that they are hiding in the dark. They're operating from the shadows, and they have absolute anonymity, which means they do not face any consequences for anything they do on any level. I said this on the last podcast I did. I said this to somebody who was calling me a conspiracy theorist, as they often do. And I said, the reason you don't think assassination happens is because you're not capable. But anyone who understands human nature, anyone who understands the darkness of life, and I've been fortunate and unfortunate enough to see the worst sides of human nature, knows that assassination crosses everyone's mind. If you're at home listening to this, assassinations cross your mind. It doesn't matter whether you want to admit it or not. There's a time your girl cheated on you, or there's a time that guy fucking punched you, or whatever it was. It crossed your mind. And what stopped you was your lack of capability. What stopped you was the idea of you getting caught. What stopped you was the idea of it being difficult to achieve. If you had a button you could press that made that person go away, and you would never be held responsible for it, ever. Every single person listening to this at some point would have pressed that button. And that's what these people have, because we don't know who the fuck they are. So if you think that all of us here, along with Trump himself, along with the Boeing exec, along with anyone else, isn't on a list of troublemakers, you are extremely optimistic. And the fact that we can't even name these people is what's scariest. In most other nations, you could name the person who wants to get rid of you at least. But nobody here can competently clarify to me who is the name of the person who would decide to get any of us away.
And there's just two updates while you're speaking, Andrew. Number one, Biden has commented, and he said, so President Biden said the following: "I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we wait for further information that came in 2 minutes ago. Also, I'm going to play that video of a bystander being interviewed by the BBC. It's a 4-minute clip that everyone's talking about. Ricardo, if you could stream it now, that would be good. Let's see if the audio is good.
And watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know. But we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see? I mean, obviously, everyone when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, we just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching. But you're pretty sure they shot the guy.
Absolutely, 100%. Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards?
I feel okay. Why do you ask?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
Wow.
Crazy times.
That was unexpected. Initial thoughts, guys.
That was shocking. I want to bring in Myron if possible. Myron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Thanks for bringing me up in the space.
Yeah, no problem. What's your initial thoughts about, like, I know you've got some experience you were a fence
Sure. Yeah, for the
in terms
audience.
of, like, I mean, this witness is claiming that they had seen this guy climb into the roof. They had pointed him to the police. They had pointed him out to the Secret Service, and then it was a few minutes later after the shots were basically the shots went off.
Yeah, so real quick for the audience, for those that might not know who I am, Myron Gaines, basically specialized with Homeland Security investigations. I've done Secret Service details in the past, so I'm very familiar with how Secret Service works. And what I will say is I'm not surprised because Secret Service guys, unless you work on the job, they're one of, I would call them almost like a dying agency. What I mean by this is that they have very high leave rates. People quit Secret Service all the time. They're one of the most divorced agencies. A lot of them, are overworked and they're understaffed. And I'm not surprised that they didn't have someone on the roof there because for years, people have been leaving Secret Service to go to FBI, to go to HSI, etc. We have so many Secret Service agents that transferred just to us because they don't do investigations. 99% of what they do is
Mikey. What's up, dude?
Protection work, guys, is very boring. It's really tiring. It really sucks, right? You've been watching a garbage can for like 10 hours a day.
Terrible with names on here, though.
So I'm not surprised that they have such high attrition rates. But with that said, that's ridiculous that they have somebody over at that building and that individual is able to crawl up. And Secret Service heavily relies on other agencies to help augment them when they're doing rallies and stuff like that. For example, I was called in to do the UN back in like 2017 to help with protecting, foreign dignitaries. So they're very low staffed. So I'm not surprised that happened. But it's ridiculous that was even able to pass by. And this guy saw them, the shooter, before Secret Service did.
I do have a breaking thing here. So Biden is to address the nation after the Trump assassination attempt that just came out just now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask that question. And there's a statement, by the way. In this statement, I forgot one last part. It's pretty useless, but I'll read it out anyway. Since it is the president, he says Jill and I are grateful for the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. Do we have the time, Chief?
Not yet. Waiting for BNL to get time.
And one last thing I did want to say is, you know, they're definitely going to, you know, spark up their forces more after this because they have, you know, been understaffed for a very long time with Secret Service. It's hard to find agents. So, but that is wild that they did a rally in Pennsylvania and they didn't have everyone on every roof.
So when you say it's wild, is this something that is incompetence, or many people would assume that it could be something a bit more nefarious?
I think incompetence is just not having the staff. Like I've known this for years that Secret Service just doesn't have enough guys. That's one of their biggest problems. I mean, now the American public's gonna know, but that's been one of their biggest problems as an agency for a long time.
Myron, one of the things that Andrew brought up was that if you look at like any president that is an enemy of the U.S. warmongers, they usually get targeted far more than one time for assassination attempts if they get targeted once. They keep going after them and after them. Look at what they've done to Maduro over the past few years in Venezuela. Do you think that this is going to be a one-off situation, or do you think that, you know, Trump is under constant threat leading up to November and throughout his presidency? And how do you think that the Secret Service is going to respond to this new threat?
Secret Service is going to have to step it up. You know, they're absolutely going to have to step it up. I think it's unacceptable that they didn't have somebody on that building. You know, that's absolutely ridiculous. You know, and someone with like Trump who's extremely divisive and he has a lot of enemies. I mean, half the country automatically hates him just because. They're gonna have to step it up and, you know, bring more guys over on his detail. You know, this is the thing. A lot of times they get lazy. You know, here's the other thing too. Once the president leaves the office and they give him his own security detail, that security detail isn't as big as when he was in office, right? So they probably did beef him up to some degree because he's running again, but he's still not gonna have the same level of protection as like a Joe Biden, for example, who's the sitting president. So they're gonna have to give him damn near a sitting level.
How many guys do you think are on his staff? Myron, how many guys?
It's tough to estimate, man. And the other thing too is that the president does have a say in who's on his detail as well. If he doesn't like guys, he might say, no, I don't want this guy on, etc. So I don't know, because that's really up to the president. Does have a lot of discretion, especially once they leave. When they're sitting president, they don't have as much power as when they leave. When they leave, they have more jurisdiction. How many guys they want.
Myron, I'm not sure if you saw the video, the two clips of allegedly two shooters, according to ABC Australia and BNO. I would still say it's unconfirmed. I've just pinned it at the top. There's two clips there, if you want to see it. It was posted about 18 minutes. Yeah, check them out. One is 14 seconds. Both of them are about 14 seconds. Can you quickly watch them? It's only 14 seconds. Give us your thoughts on the two clips, and then give us again a recap of the shooter on the roof and the rifle he has and how long it took. I know you said they're understaffed. So you're saying it's not surprising, in your opinion, that it took that long for them to? Because they apparently according to the eyewitness, they allegedly spotted the shooter, but it took them a while to shoot him.
Yeah. I mean, they've had problems with getting agents for a long time, guys. You know, and I'm sure the American public doesn't know this, but Secret Service and the U.S. Marshals are two agencies that suck. Like, if I'm going to be very candid with you guys, they're not fun jobs. So when people do become Secret Service agents, they typically leave within a couple of years. You know, we're talking about an agency where they have the highest divorce rates of any other agency because you're always on the road, you're always working, you're always doing protection details. It's not a fun job. So I'll check out these videos though. Give me a second here. Is it the one that says 14, Brian Glenn? That one?
There's two videos in both of them. Let me just send them to you now. I'll send them to you via DM.
While Myron watches those videos, guys, once again, I don't claim to know anything. I'm just, I've been around, you know. But the whole crazy lone wolf gunman, Antifa, BLM, fucking LGBT, whatever they want to pin it to, that's been tried now. So we can talk about Secret Service and people on roofs, and the idea that they're going to wait for Trump to go to another rally and then get someone else to shoot him, I don't think that's what's going to happen. They wanted that to happen, so they had an easy scapegoat. They could blame one particular dummy and be done with it. That's not going to happen. There's a lot of ways for somebody to die, especially an older man. There's a lot of, heart attack or whatever. I don't know. I'm just asking. what would the protocol be for Trump's meals? What's the protocol for Trump's fucking lemonade on the golf course? Like, what are the protocols for all of these things now? Once you're on that list where they decide you have to go, and you're no longer even safe inside of a maximum security prison, I don't know how far Secret Service even goes. But I don't think they're going to just try and wait for him to do another rally and get someone else to try and shoot him. I don't think that they're so unoriginal.
Real quick, there's another update from CBS. Biden's campaign suspends all outbound communications, including TV ads, after Trump assassination attempt. That just came in from CBS.
Can you say that again?
So the Biden campaign suspending all outbound communications, including TV ads, after Trump assassination attempt. So just any like attack ads against Trump they're holding off of.
And Myron, a question for you. First, have you watched the clips? Your thoughts on these? And second, would Trump stay away from the limelight after this incident? Would it become more cautious? Could he cancel a lot of events? What do you expect to happen next from a security perspective?
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. That's completely fucking unacceptable. That guy was able to get on top of that building like that. That is crazy to me. That's a Secret Service fuck up. You know, obviously it's we're gonna get more information and see who the fuck this guy was and identify him and figure out
Yo, what up,
what was involved there.
assassin?
But especially with someone like Trump,
Just
man,
listening to news right now in day Trump.
as he is, he needs the utmost protection, and you know, people are gonna come after him. You know, just like Jackson Andrew is saying, right? People are skeptical, and they're rightful to be so because people do want Trump gone. He is an anti-warmonger, like a lot of people say. So, yeah, that's unacceptable that he was able to get on top of that building. Complete security failure from the Secret Service. Like, what the fuck?
We have other former Secret Service personnel about to come up as well, but you know that your feedback there after seeing the clip is different to what we heard earlier. Earlier you were saying, Myron, it's not surprising considering how understaffed the Secret Service is, but now after seeing this video,
well, it's both.
It's a more extreme security failure.
Yeah, I think it's a security failure and they're understaffed. It's both.
We're gonna play another clip here. It's a bit of a long one, so I'll halt it after a bit. But this is another spectator here that saw Trump got hit. We'll play about a minute of it. Ricardo, when you're ready.
That you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. You know, I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed. Fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, you know, hit the deck. I was kind of looking around to try to see where the shots were coming from.
Let me just jump in here. Let me jump in here. Just Elon posted something. You can pin it 9 minutes ago. So it's a piece. I don't know what the publication is. About a discussion. Everyone can check Elon's latest tweet. Thiel and Hoffman talking about Trump. So I'm gonna read out that segment here that Elon just posted. Then, in what one source described as, quote, the dagger, and another as a, quote, twist of the knife, Peter Thiel, sarcastically thanked Hoffman for funding lawsuits against Trump because they had turned him into a, quote, a martyr, thereby increasing his chances of re-election. Quote, I am so grateful to you, Thiel said. From the stage, Hoffman shot back with his own sarcastic quip. And Nick Francis said, I'd love your thoughts on this. Quote, yeah, I wish I had made him an actual martyr. And on that uncomfortable note, the exchange ended. Both Hoffman and Thiel did not respond to emails requesting comment. You can post this at the top. Initial thoughts from the panel, and Nick, I'm sure if you want to take this first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Reid Hoffman is a mega donor for the Democratic Party, top 10 every cycle. And he also admitted recently that, you know, he's worried about Biden and his ability to make it through the race and his chances of winning. And on the other side, you have Thiel. And what's interesting about Thiel, of course, is that Thiel's protege, J.D. Vance, who just got elected in Ohio and seated last year after winning in 2022, is now odds on to be the vice president. According to election betting odds, he's got about a 35% chance. Insiders say it's a dead heat between him and Marco Rubio. And
Nick,
of course,
Elon, I'll let you continue. Elon just tweeted again 50 seconds ago the video we were talking about earlier of that BBC eyewitness. He quote tweeted it. He said, so if you can mute. All right. So he said the head of the Secret Service. Oh, whoever's unmuting, please make sure you mute. Sully, I think it's you. He says the head of the Secret Service and the leader of the security detail should resign. That came in from Elon less than a minute ago. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
yeah. So of course, Thiel saying that. Of course, Thiel has coalesced around Trump along with all of the other big tech guys. They had that big fundraiser at David Sachs' home in California back in June, and that was brokered by a guy named Jacob Helberg, whose husband is Kiefer Boyd. They're both in that Thiel network, Founders Fund network, both Silicon Valley guys. And I think what's interesting, and this is what Andrew Tate is saying, is the question, of course, is whom. It's always who benefits. When these kinds of things happen, of course, we'll never know the real answer. Of course, you already have people doing perception management, which people should look up. That's what they do. People come in and they try to control people's perception of the event. And so, whatever the facts are, they'll sway in the other direction. It was a lone gunman, or maybe it was some other thing, which is why, by the way, it's very important people archive everything now and get it offline, because it's always in the minutes and hours after these kinds of events when the real information comes out, and then within a month it gets memory hold. That happened with Parkland. It happened with a lot of the school shootings. So it's very important to get that information offline, not even on like Internet Archive, because they'll scrub that. That's one. But two, the question, of course, with this election is who will benefit from Biden or whatever the Democrat will be getting in versus who will benefit with Trump getting in. Now, normally you would say that this is Israel. You'd say this is rise and kill. This is the Mossad doctrine. They kill presidents. They kill scientists. They kill military leaders and so on. But, of course, in this case, that's maybe the one suspect we could rule out on a simple basis, because many of these Zionist donors are now lining up behind Trump, like the aforementioned Jacob Helberg and David Sachs and Thiel and Bill Ackman from Wall Street.
We got updates. So I'll give you the mic again. I'll only interrupt you when there's important updates. That's good news for everyone. Donald Trump Jr. I just spoke to my father on the phone, and he is in great spirits. That's just Don Jr. I just came in. Sorry, Nick. Sorry to interrupt again.
No, you're fine. So that's really the question. When you're trying to ascertain who's responsible for these things, it is about the billionaires. It is about the interest-based politics. And I guess what's difficult for me is, when you look at that exchange between Reid Hoffman and Peter Thiel, they're both people that are not behind Biden. Like, Thiel is, of course...
so, guys, I think that Biden is just speaking right now. I'm just going to stream it right now. Stream ASAP from the beginning. So Biden is just speaking right now. We're going to mute everybody and just stream any second, and then we'll go back to the panel. We're getting updates in the meantime. So, Rick, just stream.
And I'll get you back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to... I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump, and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising.
So Ricardo, can you play it from the beginning, please? Because we were a few seconds late with the stream. So you can start it again from the beginning of when Biden started speaking. I'm not sure for the live stream where you can play from the beginning. Let me ask, can you play from the beginning? Biden did not say, so he's going to start playing it from the beginning any second now. But essentially Biden's saying that he doesn't know. He has an opinion, but doesn't have enough information. We're trying to find the link of the stream, and NBC only posted 13 seconds.
Tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to...
Yeah, so this is the same clip. So we're going to find the link for the full stream of what Biden said, and we'll be streaming it now. We're going to start streaming from the beginning, but just on that quick comment.
Biden wouldn't have been told this was going to happen anyway. Biden doesn't know what's going on. Biden's insignificant. No one would have told Biden a fucking thing. So I'm sure he is genuinely perplexed and confused and knows absolutely nothing. I would argue that. when you're going to do anything heinous in the world or anything that's remotely dangerous, you tell as few people as possible. It's on a need-to-know basis, right? I got a lot of heat defending once by, I know, mind bending, but these ugly females were complaining at me because I said that I've had a girlfriend for 4 years and she doesn't know my job. And I just said, I don't need to explain to her how I make money and what my job is and what I do, because if she ever ends up in a police interview, they're going to hammer her, and it's better if she says, I don't know. So something like this, I'm sure Biden knew absolutely nothing about, because he's not in charge.
Biden said, I've got the information here, what he said while we read the stream. So he says the Secret Service is trying to gather more details on the incident. Biden condemns, quote, political violence in the U.S. I hope I get to speak to him tonight. That was Biden's comments regarding Trump. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts regarding whether Biden was assassinated. Also said there is no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. So it's just very brief comments by Biden. Not too much there. I expected a kind of longer press conference, at least taking more questions.
Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this as a meta point. Let's talk about this from a larger point, which I'd be very interested in hearing some other opinions on. Democracy is frail, and it's based on belief in the system, right? This is what these Democrats and these leftists and these idiots don't understand, is that the harder they erode the systems, the judicial system and the media empires, all the other systems they use, the educational system, all of these systems are brought into the core now. Democracy only functions when you believe in it. You believe in your vote, and you believe in going to court and getting a fair ruling from a judge, and you believe in calling the police, and you believe in sending your kid to school to learn the things they're supposed to learn and not learn anything perverse. Now that all of our systems are completely eroded and nobody has any faith in them anymore, is democracy in the West ever going to even continue to work the way it worked in the past? Is it now that people are waking up? I often talk about breaking the matrix, and there's a bunch of positives that come with that, but there's also negatives. There's no light without dark. And the harder you work to break people free from the matrix, eventually you realize that the reason the matrix exists is because if too many people understand the truth of this world, then democracy disappears in the way that we currently understand it and know it in the Western Hemisphere, at least. So I don't know how, I mean, this is the first assassination attempt on Trump. What do we think is going to be, politics going to be like in 10, 15, 20 years now that we've seen all the courts are politicized and there's two-tier policing and the media just lies and the president isn't in charge of anything. Now more and more people are waking up. How does democracy even look in America?
I hope we see, and we've got Biden's full stream now. We're gonna play it, and then we're gonna play clips. Myron, if you're still with us, perfect. I want to play clips of the eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness that Elon quote tweeted. I think we should focus on that a bit more. It's very interesting testimony, concerning testimony from the eyewitness. But before that, I want to play Biden's speech. Ricardo, go ahead.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government in this situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald, British doctors. They apparently are doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that are engaged in making sure that people, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back to you a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if we don't. If I'm not able to, it's not convenient for me. The bottom line is the Trump rally, the rally that we should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problems. But the idea like this political violence, the violence in America like this, is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. I mean, everybody must do that. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We got some reports, but not final reports. And every agency does come out with that. I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that we put together and give you an updated briefing as they happen and learn more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much. I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you right now. Mr. President.
So I'm just going to play the clips as well, Myron, of the eyewitness. Also, we do have images of one of the only shooter with a headshot by the looks of it. Probably will post it blurred by a headshot wound against the Secret Service. Let me go to the clips from the eyewitness, which I think is really important. That again, Elon quote tweeted. So Ricardo, if you play those clips, we've split them into 4 clips. Let me just play clip 1, if you can, Ricardo, when you're ready. And then Myron, I'd love your analysis of this as well. This is the BBC eyewitness we were talking about earlier. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. You can clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see.
So before we continue, I know you've already commented on it, Myron, but the question I have to you is that, obviously pure speculation, is that more likely to be the Secret Service understaffed or something more sinister?
We don't know. It could be both. It could be a combination. Something more sinister and the Secret Service being understaffed. It can, I would say probably that is more than likely. Because, I'll tell you guys this. I guarantee you right now, as we're sitting in this space, there's a task force being assembled right fucking now between FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, ATF. Everyone and their mom is going to go ahead and get involved in this case. They're going to figure out who this guy was, who he was involved with, what put him up to it, were there any other conspirators involved, etc. They're going to definitely form a task force. It's probably being formed right now as we speak to figure out, what happened here. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of both of them being understaffed and on top of that, something potentially more sinister because we know that Trump's a very divisive president.
We do know that in 2016, just want to remind everyone that there's been 2 other assassination attempts on Trump, one in 2016. There's a British man named Michael Stephen attempted to grab a police officer's gun to shoot Trump. He was quickly apprehended and he did admit that he planned the attempt to assassinate Trump. He's been planning it for about a year. In 2020, in September, an envelope addressed to Trump contained ricin, which obviously deadly poison, and that was intercepted by law enforcement before reaching the White House. Before it reached the White House, so a woman was arrested in connection to this. So there's been 2 assassination attempts to Trump. Obviously, nothing as close as what we saw today.
And just on that, just to add to it, Elon Musk just replied to Ian, and he said, "Quote: dangerous times ahead. 2 people, separate occasions, have already tried to kill me in the past 8 months. They were arrested with guns about 20 minutes drive from Tesla HQ in Texas." So Elon Musk is saying he's had 2 attempts in the last 8 months himself as well.
Guys. Why do liberal politicians or liberal figures never face these assassination attempts? This is a genuine question, considering it was the liberal politicians that locked you in your house and forced you to not see your grandma when she died, and forced you to get the injections of poison, and forced you to lose your business. Considering that these people are more draconian and they do more damage to your day-to-day life than anybody ever, how come liberal politicians never face any of these adversities? It's only people like Elon who's trying to allow us to speak freely, or Trump who's trying to save America. Is it because the left is just so radicalized? Is that what it is? Is it just a difference in politics between the emotionality and the rationality? I'm not sure what it is. I think it's very interesting that we talk about someone being high profile and under attack. That's fine. But it never seems to happen to the other side ever.
I think...
Well, Clinton had an assassination attempt, and so did Obama. They just weren't very successful.
It's what you said earlier, Andrew. You said that the U.S. roots its power and foreign policy in the superstructure of imperialism, and the liberals give full support to it. And the only critique, even though it's a slight critique, that we ever see is from the right in America, and that's why they're targeted.
Well, I'm glad to have my thinking confirmed. I wanted to put the question out there, but yeah, I mean that's basically the reason.
But Clinton and Obama both had assassination attempts on his life. They didn't get as close as they did to Trump in this case, or as Reagan in his case. But there were people who did try to kill both those men.
I think the question is whether it's like some random psychopath who's got mental issues, or whether or not it's a coordinated plot. And if you look at JFK, it was clearly a coordinated plot, and it clearly had to do with his stance on foreign policy. With the recent assassination attempt of the Slovak prime minister, the assassin came out and said it as much, that it had to do with his lack of support for funding Ukraine. With Donald Trump, I would imagine it's probably the same. We'll have to wait and see. But I think if there was ever a reason for anyone to assassinate him, this would be it. I mean, no one cares if Ron DeSantis comes out and he says, you know, I oppose LGBT rights or I oppose immigration. No one cares about that. He'll get all the big donors. The only thing that stops big donors and from supporting someone and stops, I guess, provokes the deep state to go after someone is if you actually challenge the permanent war state, the military-industrial complex, the banking cartel. And again, Donald Trump is not like a full challenge to it. He's just a slight challenge. But even with that, they've gone after him and they've attacked him relentlessly. And this is just the latest evolution of this attack.
So Jackson, just on that, because you mentioned foreign policy, so specifically in your view, and I know it's from a holistic perspective as well, but also do you think that his position on Russia and Ukraine was a primary factor or a significant factor?
100%. I mean, he's the only candidate running right now between him, Biden, RFK that has come out and said that, you know, he said many things, that some things that contradict each other, but he's the only one that's come out and said at times that I would actually defund Ukraine and bring it into this war and give Russia the territory it's already, you know, liberated. RFK has some crazy idea about how he wants to send in UN peacekeepers and force all the Russians out. Biden obviously is going to be a continuation of this. I mean, I see the CIA is trending online. I think Operation Gladio should be trending. I think the CIA should be trending. These are all the sorts of groups that would target Donald Trump, just like they targeted the Slovak prime minister.
So JD Vance just said, Senator Vance just said, Biden's campaign's rhetoric, quote, led directly to Trump's assassination attempt. And this again from Republican Senator JD Vance. Also, Alex Jones just put out a clip, a 2-minute clip. I'm going to play it and give you the mic back, Sully, to go back to the panel. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that we're not in normal times. World War III, nuclear war is this close. They just fired 5 shots at Trump and hit him in the side of the head. And the media's like, oh, big deal. He survived an assassination attempt. This is crazy town. Biden is a complete puppet. The New World Order is melting down everywhere. And I believe they're getting ready to kill Biden and blame it on a Trump supporter. I've been saying that for over a year. So President Trump in Pennsylvania up there gets shot at, gets hit in the side of the head, survives. That image of him up there with the blood on his face, defiant, is incredible. And now the deep state that's committed all these crimes and opened the borders and human trafficked and started World War III, they are so desperate, they're going to go for broke. But I've told Trump, I've told his campaign, you've got to be more careful. We got to pray for President Trump right now. This is such a dangerous time. I'm in Northern California with what would be a huge story breaking tomorrow, and it's still going to break. Massive story we're working on right now, okay? Secret mission. And it will still break it. But, ladies and gentlemen, this attempted assassination of Trump means we're not in Kansas anymore. And now they've tried to kill him with a gun. They're going to try to poison him. So Trump, inside circle, listen to me. And I know you listened before. You had the Secret Service call me. I briefed them on stuff. Listen to me. They're going to try to poison him now. This blew up in their face. They failed. They fired 5 shots. They killed 2 people, maybe 3. Of course, they got rid of the shooter, so they can't find out who that was. This means the New World Order is going for broke. They have nothing to lose now. Pray for America. Pray for Trump. Pray for the free press. Pray for truth. And know with, 112 days for the election now? Anything is possible right now. Deep state, escalation war with Russia, China, Taiwan, it's all on the table. False flag terror attacks blame it on Trump, his supporters, they've been hyping that. We need to pray right now for mass awakening and mass discernment because America is fighting for its life. I'm about to do a live show as soon as the crew get into the office. I just got off an airplane, just got here to where I was staying. I'm going to do a live show at Infowars.com/show, banned out video, and real Alex Jones. I'm collecting all the notes, all the videos. We'll be live in the next 30 minutes to an hour at Infowars.com/show, banned out video, and real Alex Jones on X. So pray for President Trump. He needs to get out there and speak immediately about this. He's got to be very, very careful, obviously, in the future. But again, pray for Trump, pray for America. The deep state has overplayed their hand. They're completely screwed, which means they're going to strike back big time.
That was Alex Jones saying
I've
that
just sent him an invite. Sorry, yeah, I was going to say I've just sent him an invite as well. Just
cool.
I'll give him a call now, see if he can jump on.
Nice.
Well, he said effectively the same things I said. So it's good to know I agree with Alex Jones, the OG of the game. He said the same thing I said, effectively about poison, about the going to try again, about the fact they have to get rid of it, and about how they all basically the same things. I agree with that.
Andrew, he also said that he thought that they would try to attempt to assassinate Biden as well. Do you agree with him on that?
Nah, they have their January 6th bullshit. Those faggots wheel out January 6th every 5 seconds to make everybody who doesn't agree with them seem like a bad guy. And that's what this is actually all really about. We can talk about Ukraine, Russia, which is one of the primary reasons why they hate Trump so much, because of the money laundering scheme. But truthfully, what Trump would do in presidency, even if he passed no laws at all, would be to re-inspire one, masculinity, and two, nationalism. And those are the two things they fear most. They don't want a bunch of men who care about their country over everything else, who are awake. They want people who care about their country over everything else who are asleep, who will go die in a fucking ditch in Iraq like a dummy. But when you care about your country and you understand the world, and you're also masculine enough to not be afraid and to tell the truth about things, that's the problem. So now people are too awake in their minds for masculinity, because when everyone's asleep, masculinity is perfect. It's fighter drones. But when everyone's awake, they start to look internal and say, no, I care about my family, I care about my town, I care about my country, I don't give a shit about going and dying in a ditch for some bank. That's what they fear. So they fear nationalism now for that reason. They want to keep us all divided. They don't want anybody putting America first. And they fear masculinity because masculinity is no. Masculinity is the only barrier they're going to come up against. Women aren't going to cause the revolution. Women aren't going to fight against all of this shit. It's the men who have to do it. So they want the men as close to women as possible. So they just try and feminize us all. So Trump's victory is also a win for masculinity as a whole, the nationalistic culture as a whole, or the fuck the system culture as a whole. Or it's all these things that they fear culturally, which aren't even tangible, like the Ukraine-Russia war.
So just some updates here. Alex Jones's secretary said stand by, a lot going on right now. Hopefully Alex could join. Also, Bill Clinton has tweeted, he said the following: violence has no place in America, especially in our political process. Hillary and I are thankful that President Trump is safe, heartbroken for all those affected by the attack at today's rally in Pennsylvania, and grateful for the swift action of the U.S. Secret Service. That just came in from Bill Clinton.
So just on that, in terms of nationalism, I want to go to Nick. Nick, you got your hand up. Do add in what you want, but in addition to that, Nick, I've got a question for you. You alluded to it earlier. You had a lot of question marks about President Trump in terms of foreign policy, in terms of donors, and then it sounded like this was the kind of the moment that now you've decided you're all in with Trump. If you want to let the audience know, elaborate on that, and then do add in whatever you want.
Well, what I was getting at earlier, and I think this is what Jackson and Andrew Tater saying also, is that it is all about war. That is really what this is about. It's about global resources, it's about land, it's about lithium and cobalt, it's about the wars, it's about Ukraine and Palestine. And so when we say who benefits from this, we have to think about what happens next, because there's, I retweeted this, it's on my timeline. Trump turned his head at exactly the moment the shot was fired. Turned it exactly at the moment, and if he hadn't turned his head, the bullet would have struck the back of his skull, not his ear. And you can look at the frame, and it's very clear. So let's imagine, let's say, and God forbid, it went down differently. What would take place next? We know that since the debate 2 weeks ago, arguably since the press conference in NATO on Thursday, that Trump is the presumptive president. If it's going to be Biden or if it's not going to be Biden, we know that Trump is sailing towards a massive election, probably going to gain on his victory in 2016. It's going to be a landslide. that Republicans haven't won in 35, 40 years. It's going to be unbelievable. Let's say that Trump is taken out of the equation. Biden's not going to win. Then it's basically tossed over to the RNC, which starts on Monday. The nominating convention for the Republicans starts on Monday. So let's say, again, because the plan did not work out, let's say he actually went down. 2 days from now, the RNC begins, and now, amidst all the chaos, the Republicans are going to nominate another president. Who do you think it's going to be? Well, who has delegates? Who's been winning 25, 30% of the vote in primaries, even though she dropped out? Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley's the only one that's got delegates, and she endorsed Trump. Miriam Adelson, who gave $100 million to Trump, is a personal friend of hers and advocated for her to be in the administration. And Trump said she'll be on the team in some form. She went to Israel back in May as basically to make a trip on behalf of Trump. So it's not hard to see who would benefit in this case. And let's consider the timing of it. It's not just about Ukraine. Everybody's talking about Ukraine. No one's talking about the elephant in the room, which is that the Rafah siege is going on. And everybody reports that maybe an offensive in Lebanon will begin in days, weeks. Some say that Netanyahu is waiting to see how this election plays out. Because, of course, the Israelis know that if somehow, by hook or by crook, the Democrats stay in, there will be more restraint on the foreign aid, on the precision munitions, trying to set up humanitarian aid for Palestine. Maybe they can't count on American support in an offensive against South Lebanon, or what they're doing currently in the West Bank, or a strike on Iran. So it's not going to be Biden. If it weren't Trump, it would be somebody like Nikki Haley, who said the only 3 questions for Israel are what do they want, when do they want it, no questions asked. So if we have like this turbo neocon who's, again, tight with Miriam Adelson and doesn't have an axe to grind with Netanyahu like Trump does, you know there's going to be full-throated American support for another Lebanon war, for perhaps annexation of Gaza and the West Bank, and Netanyahu's political future hangs in.
You've just cut out, Nick. Not sure if anyone else can hear him.
Yeah, it's deeply connected to all of this. And the outcome of Netanyahu's future is dependent on the outcome of this election. So I think that what they did is they tried to discard Trump. They tried to knock him out. It's either the intelligence agencies or it was these other guys who are going to benefit with a more favorable advocate in the White House. But either way, I think it was an attempt to throw him out of there. And I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how he recovers from this. I think that something like this changes you. When someone takes a shot at your head and you're millimeters away from dying, now he's a survivor. And so all that rhetoric about retribution and vengeance, and it takes on a different tone. It's a bit more ominous.
You think we could, you brought up an interesting question. Could we see a different Trump after that incident? Before answering that question for you, Nick, or anyone else, I do want to play another clip that just came in. Ricardo, if you can play it, that's just an eyewitness talking about Trump, who says Trump wanted his shoes after being shot. If you could play that, Ricardo.
The former president. Aaron, first of all, are you okay? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I was in the first row. I was directly in front of Trump, my seat. I was looking him in the eye. We heard the pops, maybe 3 minutes into the rally, 3 to 4 minutes. I heard 4 pops, pop, pop, pop. The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it. I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned him, I could see the blood from the top of the ear to the bottom. Wasn't gushing, but it was covered. And then he put the fist bump up, stay strong, and they walked him off.
Also, I want to read out Patrick Bet-David. I think I'm going to give you the mic after that, Andrew, but he said the following, just kind of in line with what you're saying. I just read the beginning. I'll read the whole thing now. It's a tweet. To those saying that the election is over and Trump will win by a landslide, you're being naive. Here are my concerns. Number 1, he must first stay alive in order to win. Number 2, there's a potential leak in Secret Service and protection of the president. Too many blind spots. So the first point is similar to what you said, Andrew. The second point, Myron, similar to what you're saying. Too many blind spots. There needs to be a better system of protection. One bystander said he saw a shooter climbing on top of the building. He told Secret Service and police, but they didn't react for several minutes. A PMC needs to be hired to protect the president, someone like Eric Prince from Blackwater. So that's also in line with what Elon quote tweeted earlier. Number 3, stage and AV security needs to be upgraded. I understand for optics, not wanting to put bulletproof glass in front of a president when he speaks, which I've always wondered, by the way. There's no longer bulletproof glass. There's no way if I'm running stage security in AV, a shooter should have any chance of getting an ankle from the side or the back. The biggest stage and AV companies in America to support high-risk targets, political leaders, need to reach out to offer strategies. This is insane. Number 4, RNC needs to double down on end-to-end security in Milwaukee. Multiple bomb squad teams need to inspect the forum. A redundant inspection to inspect the inspectors for any possible blind spots. RNC is only a few days away. Quote tweeting those who quote quality controlling those who quality control on steroids. Number 5, an immediate tweet, text, and email needs to go out to the entire base to raise money. People to know how to support money, volunteer, expertise, protection, etc. I think the 2 highlights for these 5 points is number 1, he must first stay alive. That's by Patrick David. And number 2, there's a potential need for Secret Service and protection. He talks about the eyewitness from the BBC that was interviewed that we discussed earlier. Andrew, your thoughts on this? And we've just sent an invite to Patrick. See if he can join us.
I just have an interesting thought experiment, and I have a question for Nick, Jason Hinkle, if he's still in here, Ian Carroll, whose videos I enjoy, and quite a few other people's. If Trump was dead right now, heaven forbid, because there's actually, and this is the people at home as well, there's so much hope riding on Trump. Trump's going to take it. Trump's going to fix it. Well, Trump is now gone in this hypothetical scenario.
But Andrew, just going out, Trump just said, there's been a spectator industry put out, Trump will attempt to attend the UFC tonight. Tonight, he could be attending the UFC. Just came out. Sorry to interrupt you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he should, because this is his heroic moment. So he absolutely should attend the UFC. But if Trump is primary target number 1 for these people, but if they get rid of Trump, then obviously the people who are lower on down the list become far more important and larger targets to get. And I like to ask the American right, and I don't like to call right left, stupid. I think just the thinkers of the world now who are listening to this. If Trump was dead, heaven forbid, in this hypothetical scenario, what is the solution?
I think you just cut out, Andrew. You just got a call.
No, that was the question. So Nick, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. I thought it cut off for me.
Can you hear me?
Guys.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're back, Andrew. Go ahead.
All right, so I'll just finish the question. Because if they get rid of Trump, then everyone else down the list who talks about how they got rid of Trump has to go. If Trump goes, I'm going to jail for 15 years. Nick, you're catching a case. Hinkle, you're catching a case. Ian Carroll, catching a case. All of you are doing 10. All of you are doing 10 years. I'll guarantee you now you're doing time in federal prison without access to the internet. All of you. All of us are. If Trump was gone, what even is the plan field for the thinkers left of America or the thinkers of society? Because so many people have so much hope on this one man. Because he's the last hope anyone sees in the idea of democracy or the American dream or the Western civilization as a whole. If Trump was now currently dead, what would you do?
Well, if Trump was dead, I think that, something has happened in the past couple of years, which is that Trump has become a symbol. And the symbol is different than the flesh and blood man. And I've talked a little bit about this on my show. I think the Trump operation, it is not the hope that people think it is. When you look at what's happening with the endorsements, when you look at what they're doing with Project 2025 and their thoughts about the personnel during the transition, it's going to be run by Susie Wiles, who's a lobbyist. It's going to be run by
Trump just posted,
JD Vance.
sorry, Nick, I know you guys hate me for interrupting, but I think you would want to know, Trump just posted on Truth Social. So I'm just going to read it out. Sorry, Nick, and I'll give you the mic again. I want to thank the U.S. Secret Service and all of the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person. I was just going to mention there's someone that was killed at the rally, as a reminder for everybody. I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. So it's a post that's it's not a political post whatsoever, and he's sending his condolences to the family of the person that was killed and the one that was injured, and talking about the incident, exactly what happened. And he also was pretty clear in saying we don't know, nothing's known at this time about the shooter. So it's a good post. I think it's a better statement than what we heard from Biden earlier. Go ahead, Nicholas, and I want to get thoughts from Ed and Brian as well, kind of getting a different perspective. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, it's a perfunctory statement, and God bless him. I hope he does go to the UFC because that's his mindset. But what I was saying is to sort of shorten it up. We have to reckon with the fact that the interests, many of them, are behind Trump. This is something that, people are calling me a hypocrite because I'm like rallying behind Trump, but it remains true that many of the billionaires like Ken Griffin, Mary Madelson, Bill Ackman have lined up, the Wall Street, Silicon Valley, Big Energy, and so on, behind Trump's candidacy, and he's promised to deepen the corporate tax cut, and so there's reasons for this. So with that being said, Trump becoming a martyr in this situation, I feel like I don't know if I necessarily agree with this notion that Trump before today and whatever the changes may happen, because this is a game changer. I don't know that Trump this morning or yesterday really would deliver on that hope. I don't know that over the next 4 years when he's elected, he's really going to deliver that. I think if anything, up until today, he delivers his followers back into the mainstream consensus about taxes, about immigration, about many of the things that he ran opposing initially, really through no fault of his own, but because the GOP assimilated him after his victory in his inauguration in 2017. So I think regardless of what happens over the next 4 years, we do have to look beyond, because you're right that we can't put all our eggs in one basket, so to speak. He is a mortal human being. He's done more than anybody. He's the greatest American of our lifetimes, but he's one man. And so we do need to look to systems. We do need to look to the forces of history to raise up more people. And I think that is where you're going to see the deliverance in our lifetimes, in the next generation, or the generation after that. The same forces that produced me, the same forces that produced the generation that supports Andrew Tate, which is all kids, which is unbelievable. It's like 13-year-olds that are like, what color is your Bugatti, and that kind of thing. Like, societal forces produced that, and the forces that produced us and the generation of our supporters, it will continue to work. So this is very much like Russia. This is like Russia 100 years ago, or Russia 30 years ago. Whether or not the final battle happens now, the revolution, so to speak, happens now, we all see where the arrow is pointing. So I'm actually less concerned about the long term. The short term, I'm deeply concerned about. The long term, I feel like, the right people are having children, Christians, believers, conservatives, everyone else taking themselves out of the gene pool. The culture is correct. There is a cataclysm on the horizon. There will be a way out of this to sort of knock us off of this seemingly, impossible trajectory that we're on. It's an immovable status quo. So I'm actually more optimistic about the long term and who might rise up in the future. It's the short term where we really got to lock in and make sure that Trump gets in. And also, I do think it's important that we are aware of the reality of what the Trump movement represents. That's why I'm a little bit skeptical. We have to be very precise about conspiracies, of which I think there are many valid ones with this today. But we have to keep in mind many of the interests are in favor of him. So that doesn't exclude
I actually agree with you 100%, Nick, and I agree with everything you said. I think what Trump does, though, is he's a very important pressure release valve. If the idea of Trump becoming president didn't exist, there would be a revolution today. The reason anyone puts up with this shit is because they're thinking Trump will be in soon. They believe that why cause problems now? The election's in November. He's a very important pressure release valve. If that pressure release valve was gone, if Trump was assassinated, you'd have a lot of very angry people, quite rightly, who now felt like they had no hope. And you have a whole lot of people doing X, Y, and Z. and they would come for the figureheads of those movements. They would come and say, Nick is anti-Semitic, he says these things, he's very engaging, he's very interesting, he has to go. Andrew Tate, he's a misogynist, and he's too handsome, he has to go. Jason Hinkle, he is anti-Ukraine war, and he's pro-Hamas terrorist, he has to go. And that's what would happen, because you have the pressure valve would be removed, the anger would be boiling up, and then the state, the system would come for the figureheads, and that's who we are. And that's what's kind of a little bit scary to me. If Trump was currently dead at this point, heaven forbid, I really do believe that you, Nick, Jason, me, a bunch of people would be looking at 10-year stretches within a month. I truly believe, maybe I'm crazy, but I've seen it happen to me, what the Democrats did to me via Romania, by proxy. And I've seen how quickly they'll put your ass in a cell.
So, let me read out what Bill Ackman just posted as well. Bill Ackman said, "We are in the midst of a perilous moment for our democracy. The risk of any of the candidates being harmed can have catastrophic consequences for confidence in our system and democracy." And then it refers to another post that says the post suggests that Trump team's request for more Secret Service protection has been denied. RFK has long been asking for basic security, which we know we've talked about, we've been critical of. He's been denied that security as well. When I interviewed RFK at an event a few weeks ago, barely had any security. We had more security than RFK, and he is the one, obviously, that's significantly more at risk. So that was a big surprise for me. We've had people walk into the room, people I knew walk into the room, they're like, Murray, security didn't even check me. These requests for protection can no longer be denied. And he talks about, let me open that post that talks about Trump's request for security being denied. Let me just open it up and read it as well. I saw someone post about it earlier, but I did not talk about it. So it wasn't verified. So let me just read that out. He's breaking a source, says Sean Davis. A source familiar with Trump's security detail tells the Federalist magazine that the former and future president's detail has been asking for beefed up protection and resources for weeks, but has been rebuffed time and again by Biden's Department of Homeland Security. The DHS, which oversees Secret Service protection detail, quote, wasn't responsive to those requests for more resources, according to the source. And then the question that Sean Davis asks, was Biden's regime behind the attack, or did it deliberately do everything it could to allow it to happen? So whether Biden and Krassenstein's probably, and James could have you as well, would love to get your thoughts on this right after the Krassensteins, and Alex Jones as well. We've got everyone's here today. Krassenstein, I want to ask you that question, and then we'll go to James and Alex. Alex, pleasure to have you. I know you've got a show shortly as well, so we'll go to you right after the Krassensteins. Guys, the statement here by Sean Davis was Biden's regime behind the attack. How do you think that would impact Biden politically, whether or not he was behind it? Obviously, there's no confirmation and no sources. No one's saying that Biden's behind this, but just people making those allegations.
Yeah, I think that we have to wait to get more details. There's going to be a lot of speculation on both sides about different things that could have been done. Clearly, something was lacking for that man to be able to get up on the roof and shoot him from 150 yards away. I think. I think that both sides need to step things down a notch. You have one side claiming, oh, it was staged. Trump wasn't really shot. He had something to do it. Another side saying it's a deep state. Likelihood is it's probably a lone wolf that wanted to take him out. I mean, that's probably the most likely possibility. So just, I think people need to calm down a little bit, step back and wait for the facts to come out. Secret Service, we know that they seem to have some witnesses. I mean, if you have this happening at a rally that's not even that big, then what are they doing when he's at the convention? So I think that somebody needs to take responsibility for this.
Alex, we just got Patrick Bet-David as well, just joined. I'm going to go to you, Alex, and we'll go to Patrick and James afterwards.
I love Patrick Bet-David.
Thoughts, Alex?
Patrick Bet-David is amazing.
Look, I have
legend.
been saying they're going to try to assassinate Trump. I believe they make it on your show just a few weeks ago, and then blame it on Trump supporters. This is what happens when political systems are collapsing. We're already in the beginnings of World War III with Russia. Trump is going to come in and end that war, and they just tried to assassinate Trump, and magically, the lone gunman has now been killed by the Secret Service. So historically, assassination is a real thing that happens when political elites are in trouble. And obviously, we can't say that Biden or the Democrats are behind this, but to not ask that question is a fraud on its face. So I have been hammering this, and I believe, and I've said this on the show, my own broadcast 100 times the last few months, that if they try to kill Trump or kill Trump, next is Elon Musk, And next is the leadership of the American resistance, because this is World War III stuff, and the people that are willing to go to World War III with Russia and willing to have NATO ship F-16s and cruise missiles into Europe are willing to do anything, and they see anybody that wants peace as a threat. Just like JFK decided to pull out of Vietnam, 2 months later his head got blown off in Dallas, Texas in 1963 in November. So this is an epically dangerous, insane moment. And the fact that they didn't get Trump and he's now taking a bullet for America, I'm telling you, the deep state, I believe, all the evidence points towards it, and I'm speculating here, is behind this or provocateured this or opened the door by cutting Secret Service to do this, and by hyping it up and saying Trump's Hitler, bare minimum saying he's Hitler, they've done this, by creating this atmosphere and this climate, and that now that they've failed, he is even in more danger. He should not get on his jet. He should not be doing any speaking engagements. He should hold up at Mar-a-Lago until he wins the presidency in 112 days, because this is an epic moment for the world. This is the American Republic in total and complete crisis. Make no mistake, the deep state's in trouble, and all evidence points towards them having the motive, as the Romans would say, who benefits, in Latin, qui bono.
Let me read out a press statement that just came out from the Secret Service. I'm not sure if you've heard as well, Alex, the witness, the BBC witness that Elon quote tweeted as well. Let me read out the statement. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position. So it's one shooter, a suspected shooter. There have been reports of potentially two shooters. From an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed, 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. So that's a statement by the Secret Service here. Alex, and we've played your clip earlier. Patrick, we've read your tweet earlier. I've got a question for both of you, and a question also to you, James. The witness, the BBC witness, I mean, that's one thing that concerned us the most. Myron was, with his experience as a former Secret Service, I think he worked for the Secret Service detail, Myron, if I'm correct. And he's even pointed out concerns with that eyewitness testimony that we heard earlier. Alex, would love to get your thoughts initially, and then Patrick and James as well. Not sure if you listened to it, by the way, Alex. Do you know which eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness? Yeah, did you hear the eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness?
Yes, I heard the BBC eyewitness. That's what I'm telling you. Is that how in the hell does the Secret Service let somebody get on the roof with the 45th President of the United States, about to be the 47th President of the United States? That's the number one thing you watch. So, again, default. The number one thing the Secret Service commands is the height. They always take over. Default, all of the rooftops at any event, any buildings, it's all they shut down buildings, they kick people out of them, all of that. So the fact that they're saying this person was on a rooftop is just totally insane. And I know that Biden has cut a lot of Secret Service to Trump, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and others, as you mentioned earlier. So this is bare minimum them not putting, air in the tires of the car or not putting brake fluid in the brakes. This is bare minimum negligence, criminal negligence on purpose. And reportedly, and I don't know if it's true yet, we're going to see this is some type of Antifa operative. So this is all developing.
Yeah, so we do have, James, I know you've posted as well. You and Patrick have both referenced that. The eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness. Would love to get your thoughts, guys, on that. And I know it's too early to come up with too many theories, but there's just a lot of red flags.
James, you go first. I'll go right after you.
Hey, thanks everyone. Yeah, I mean, counter-assault teams are outsourced professionals, and it appears to me it's unlikely they make these types of mistakes. So this is either, as I posted, a glaring error or an intentional overlook. And I'm talking to people, professionals, and that's what they're saying. I mean, while errors are certainly possible, plausible intentional overlook of the rooftop is more likely with the assignment. So this is so developing, it's hard to even comment, Mario. But what I will say, and what I take away from this entire thing, and it'll only take 30 seconds for me to say this, is that this is really going to wake people up. Alex Jones knew this is where it's headed, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, but most people don't know this until they see it on television, like the debate. This will wake people up. People will become more courageous because of this. And hopefully that courage will translate into people inside the government, inside these intelligence agencies, stepping forward because they now know what is at stake. We've been given another chance. We were an inch away from the abyss, perhaps the ending of Western civilization, an inch or two away. So by providence or luck or both, we have now all been given another chance. People need to step forward from inside the intelligence agencies. Be brave. This is America, damn it. It doesn't have to end this way. We've been given another chance, and that's what I take away from this tragedy. And hopefully it's
And James, just real quick. James, real quick, I want you to continue. That is perfectly said. Imagine if they would have killed Trump today, and that bullet would have been 3 inches more towards the center. You know, that shot him right in the face. His head would have been blown off like JFK. Imagine the aftermath of that. And here's the bigger question. If the deep state's behind it, and I think it is, then what are they going to try next? It shows their total and complete desperation. James, I want your really expert opinion on it.
I mean, I think that if the deep state is behind this, and there's always some story, it's not a question of which story, it's what the story is. I can guarantee you there's a story here somewhere. Then hopefully this incident inspires courage, and I will say something to the audience here, that I've had people inside the White House, I'm not exaggerating, the White House reach out to me on the background, of course, Border Patrol agents, the White House. Now is the time for people to step forward, grow a pair of balls, understand that this is the moment in American history. It doesn't have to end this way, like it's always ended, and since the dawn of time. And this is America. We're the land of the free, the home of the brave, and that's what I draw from this. That people will actually, I've seen it in the last 2 hours. Come forward, tell us what you know. That's what's going to happen, Alex. That's my prediction. I don't think this is the only Black Swan event that happens before the election.
Totally agree. That was my next question. That's my next question. What is the next Black Swan?
Well, I
and
knew
does
that
that,
there would be a Black Swan.
and does that increase the likelihood? And James, I'll add a question to Alex. And by the way, Ivanka Trump just posted, "Thank you for your love." That's on X. "Thank you for your love and prayers for my father and the other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. I am grateful for the Secret Service and all of law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive actions. I continue to pray for our country. I love you, Dad, today and always." My question to James as well, it's a political question. Does that make it more or less likely that Biden steps down?
I think all bets are off on that. Impossible to predict. What I do know is that there will be another Black Swan event. The 100 days till the election is too much time. There's too much at stake, and all bets are off. But that's my thoughts, and thank you, Mario, for having me.
I appreciate it. Go ahead. We'll go to Alex, and then we'll go back to Patrick as well. We're reading your tweet earlier, Patrick. Would you have the SEC? We have. Mayorkas just put out a statement. U.S. Secret Service Director Cheadle and I have briefed Biden on today's shooting in Pennsylvania. DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Secret Service are working with law enforcement partners to respond and investigate the shooting. And again, for everyone, there is one shooter, not two, based on the statement by the Secret Service. Patrick, again, we read your post earlier, but would love you to break it down for us.
Yeah, so this is great, the fact that this technology is available for all of us to be hearing different point of views on what's taking place. We all know we were half an inch away from civil war starting in America today. It's interesting because I had Neil Howe on the podcast 2 weeks ago. He's the author of The Fort Turning. They wrote this book on December 29th of 1997. They explained there was 5 predictions that were made in the book. And they said from 2008 to 2028, it's going to be the Fort Turning, the crisis. And we've all read this book. We all know the story. The 5 predictions they made, one of them was about the market tanking. Another one was a pandemic. Another one was about the Tea Party. And another one was that Russia was going to attack one of the neighboring countries like Ukraine. And the 5th prediction they made in the book was not a World War III. It was a civil war. Then he quotes, while I'm on the podcast with him, he says there's this lady that wrote a book called Barbara F. Walter, How Civil Wars Begin, okay? How Civil War Starts. She went and interviewed other countries about what it is, when a civil war starts. What are some signs? What do you know before that took place? She said 100% of people she spoke to said the same thing. None of us saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. And by the way, the analogy of 212 degrees for you put a frog in a boiling water and he doesn't move until it's 212 and then he realizes it's too late, he's dead. Right now we're about 210, 211 if we think about the temperatures, where America's at right now. So Brian said something, I think it was Brian or maybe his brother said something here. There are a few things. If you've ever been in a bar fight, and we've all been in a bar fight, okay, you go to a bar, you're young, 21 years old, maybe some of you are 30 years old, you go to a bar, and all of a sudden a fight breaks down. There's typically 3 different types of fights, types of ways we react in a bar fight. There are those who say, oh shit, let's get the hell out of here, flight. They run out. There are those that don't know what to do. They freeze because they're so scared. And there are those that fight, okay? So the fear, oh my God, what if you would have gotten shot today? What would have happened? It would have been probably the worst thing for the left. And here's why I believe it would have been the worst thing for the left. When MLK got shot, he duplicated millions of people that saw themselves as continuing his legacy. When a Malcolm X got shot, similar things happened. When John F. Kennedy got shot, so many people wanted to be the next John F. Kennedy. So in a way, for the left, I know this sounds kind of weird, Trump has already duplicated a million people who are firm 100% believers. I'm not talking about the voters. Firm 100% believers, of which 100,000 are somewhat capable, of which 10,000 are very capable, of which 1,000 are super capable of replacing and doing some of those things the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So this is the part that the left has to worry about. My concern right now is what everybody does to raise the temperature or lower the temperature. We don't know what's going to be taking place. I think they need to be coming from a place of staying paranoid.
Patrick,
Patrick,
just to interrupt you. You're dead on. We need to call for peace and be against violence because I'm concerned the Deep State or Mother Group may stage an attack now and claim Trump supporters didn't respond to that.
But listen, Alex, I will tell you this. I think the American people are done. They're so done. Look, go on Instagram with the family, with the people you follow. Here's what you'll notice today. Go to your Instagram and notice the people you never thought were Trump supporters are posting a picture of Trump. What happened to you? Oh, now you have brass? Now you're public about it? How come you weren't public about it 6 months ago? Here's what's taking place. It's too late. They cannot do anything right now. The only thing they can do is to try to take him out because it's going to confuse.
No, I totally agree, and that's what I said. What I said last week and today. I said now they're really going to try to get Trump because they're screwed. They're done.
Yeah, they're done, and American people are no longer delusional right now. And the center, the libertarians, the independents, the voters that matter right now are sitting there saying, "What the hell is this all about?" So
yeah, that image of him with a bloody face is going to get him an extra 15 points.
That's right. That's right. So, anyways, you guys know where I stand.
Patrick, one thing, the tweet went viral. I think you got like over 1 million impressions. I'll pin it above in less than an hour.
No, it was 10 million. I saw a tweet at 10 million. It was one I saw.
Oh wow! All right. So you said the following. The first point you said is, and that's a concern that Andrew shared earlier. You said the following. He must, and Myron, I see your hand up. We'll go afterwards. He said he must first stay alive in order to win. Are you genuinely concerned there could be another attempt on his life?
Well, listen, I'm a businessman.
Let's go.
And as a businessman, when you all of a sudden have an internal employee that does something to hurt you, or an external employee that does something to you, or a cyber attack, or an AI attack, or a phishing attack, you have to immediately respond with a level of preparation and paranoia in ways you've never had before. Internally, the team has to be careful with every event takes place. I don't understand some of the setups that they do with their AV. Quite frankly, I'm very confused when I watch their AV when he's speaking. There's too many opportunities for something to be taking place. I'm going to bring the right minds in today, but I don't think this is going to end. I'm going to act, if I'm the guy, if I'm on Trump's team, if I'm on the inside, every single event we go to, my job and the guys that report to me, say it's 500-man team that every event that we're providing protection, say it's 250 or 100. Every single event, I'm telling everybody, think like the shooter, think like the enemy, think like what they're doing.
Let me just add, Patrick, I totally agree with you. That even before I saw your viral tweet, that's what I said in videos I put out about an hour ago because I was on a flight out to California, a big story we're breaking. And I was just like, they got to get Trump now. And I'll be honest, I know Trump wants to be a tough guy, and he is a tough guy. He needs to go cyber now. He does not need to be on the road, because this is going to trigger copycats. Even the deep state doesn't try to kill him, which I think they've got to do now.
I disagree. I disagree with that, Alex, and I'll tell you why. Here's why I disagree with that. Look, if you've been to the Smithsonian in D.C., which I'm sure you've been to many times, you go there in one of the rooms, I think it's on the second or the third floor, where they show the aging of Lincoln. You ever seen the aging of Lincoln, where you move a little bit to the left and you see how much he aged during his presidency?
Shows him old.
And you've seen that. That's right. And then it says, being a president is the greatest burden I ever carried. President Trump is carrying a burden. This isn't a position of playing. He needs to keep playing offense.
No. I agree with you that he's going to go on offense. I'm simply saying his danger level went way up.
This is, if you allow me to finish my point, let me just finish my point. This is the point I'm trying to make. He needs to play on offense, but the people on his team's level of paranoia needs to go to the roof. Like, you need to have a meeting and say, guys, can I count on, what are we doing here right now? What the hell happened? You know, I appreciate his tweet that just came out right now, giving all the credit to Secret Service and police and all this stuff. But he needs to bring the Eric Princes. He needs to bring all these guys and say, can I rely on you guys fully protecting me? Yes, because I'm going on the road. Because he's not the type of guy, you know his profile. He's not going to do that. That shows strength when you don't. When a Biden has to wait an hour and 15 minutes before you tweet or say something about the president, and they ask you a question tonight, hey, was this an assassination attempt? And he says, what? I don't want to comment on that. 30 seconds later, AP tweets out saying it was an assassination. Kind of a coward says it's not an assassination attempt. No, he needs to be on the offensive
totally
right
agree,
now. The world needs to realize. Yeah,
and Patrick, but one
anyways,
question
Mario,
about it being
for having me
the
on. Hey,
fact.
Love all the stuff you guys are doing.
I appreciate it as always, Patrick. One last question for you, and Myron. I see you've been waiting for a while, Patrick. One last question for you is that the attempt was very public. A lot of people are pointing to Tim Scott just put out a post saying, let's be clear, this was an assassination attempt aided by and abetted by the radical left and corporate media, unnecessarily calling Trump a threat to democracy, etc. So a lot of fingers are pointing that this was not a lone shooter. But then, if it was, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, etc., it just doesn't seem wise. Number one, it doesn't seem wise for the left to do this because they're obviously going to lose. They're going to lose a lot of support for obvious reasons. But Alex, it doesn't. But it's just so public. I think that it will backfire to be so public.
They killed Kennedy. Let me just say something quick. I'm going to get off here too. They killed Kennedy in public. That's why I'm saying Trump's got to be very careful, because his group is infiltrated by operatives. They clearly stood down. There's no doubt that they did that. And so all I'm telling you is his organization is infiltrated. He is completely wide open. And so I'm not trying to sound like John Wayne here and say, he needs to be up there and be tough. I get it. He's going to be tough. He's going to go back out in public. And something that Patrick McDavid said is so key. There is absolutely disgusting headlines everywhere with the corporate media playing this down like it wasn't even an assassination attempt and trying to bury it. That's not going to work. But that shows you how the system is literally goading this on and going along with it. It is so dangerous. And the power structure's playing with fire. They're done. Just like Patrick McDavid said, they are done. It is over. They should come in and sue for peace and parlay right now, but I don't think they will.
Thanks, I just want to bring in Myron, but it's in and also ask Patrick the same question. When we asked Myron's done Secret Service detail before, Patrick. Myron felt like there was possibly a combination of incompetence that he said that in his experience, and I will let him explain this, that generally speaking they are understaffed, and in addition to that there could have been something a bit more nefarious. Myron, if you want to explain your position, because I want to hear what Patrick.
Yeah, but the first thing I'm going to get off here. But the number one thing is control the rooftops, folks. It's a stand down. The rooftop wasn't controlled. It's a stand down, and it can't be spun any other way.
Yeah, no, Alex is correct. I mean, I spoke about this earlier, but yes, I've done a bunch of Secret Service details, guys, protecting foreign presidents and stuff like that. And normally the Secret Service is out there. Number one, they're out there a week or two beforehand to assess the area, make sure all the rooftops are secure, where they're going to stage snipers, etc. So it's ludicrous that we had someone on the top of a rooftop like that and was able to access it so easily. But that goes back to what I said before, that, for many years, guys, the Secret Service has been significantly understaffed. Their agents typically don't last long. They always switch over to other agencies, whether it's, Homeland Security Investigations, who I used to work for, FBI, DEA, whatever, because
Secret Service is not really an investigatory agency. You know, they're supposed to investigate counterfeit currency, but they mostly, you know, focus on doing protection details now because they just simply don't have enough agents. And then on top of that, you know, a lot of their manpower is going to be put into the sitting president, and, you know, former presidents don't get the same level of protection detail that the sitting president does. I think after this event, Trump is obviously going to have to beef up his security significantly to almost to the levels of a sitting president, especially since he's so divisive. But, you know, this was a monumental failure from Secret Service from a security standpoint. They need more agents. And I think Trump needs to stay on the road and let people know that he's not scared. He's going to be defiant towards these people that are trying to take him down. And, you know, I'm just glad that he's okay and everything's all right. But Secret Service needs to step their fucking
No, I agree.
because
But let me just
it's
say this, and I'm
unacceptable.
going to get off, and I'm going to come back
Somebody
later.
in
But
Discord?
I'm here in Northern California on a big mission, huge breaking story that's going to break the next few days. It'll be overshadowed by this. That's fine. My issue is, folks, is that they can't stop now. They've got to go for broke. Clearly, this is deep state. Make no mistake. And that's why everybody's like, oh, Trump should stay out there and be defiant and be tough. He'll probably do that and he'll probably get killed. So I'm just telling you, he has the deep state trying to kill him. This was no accident in my view. And we should be praying for President Trump, and he should be very, very careful. That's all I'm saying. God bless you.
Yeah, so we've just got another statement here. Let me just read it out quickly. Solomon, I know you were speaking. We've got Vice President Kamala Harris said that she and Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, were relieved that Trump was not seriously injured. Quote, violence such as this have no place in our nation. We must all condemn this abhorrent act and do our part to ensure that it does not lead to more violence.
Yeah, and
That was
they've
a
been the
statement
ones
by Kamala Harris.
hyping it. They've been the ones saying he's Hitler. They've been the ones saying he's going to be a dictator. This is all at their feet. Even if this was a real crazy person and not some operative like Lee Harvey Oswald, this lays squarely at their feet. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
Yeah, and what could we expect to happen at the RNC? Bill, I see you're back as well. Dan, good to have you. Grassenstein's discussion to the entire panel. What could we see at the convention next week?
Well, first of all, I don't know, you know, whether he'll be active or whatnot. I told you earlier today, I was contacted by a lot of people saying the fundraisers were almost all sold out, which is crazy to think about because if I told you the ticket amount, you'd be like, how are they selling all these tickets? But it was incredible the amount of fundraising momentum he had going into this today. And when I say that, I say also one of the things, and I agree with what Patrick Bet-David was just saying, is what has now shifted has been, it used to be toxic to support Trump. It used to be toxic to be out there, especially as a publicly traded CEO or as somebody prominent in the business community. And I think that especially after today, it cements it, and the momentum is just completely going to change. I said this earlier, right after the shooting, but this just further cements it. You know, they sue the guy, they impeach him, they throw him in jail. Now they try to kill him.
And that's
get
why
shot
he
in
could
the
sit in
head.
the basement and win. And if he goes out on the road, they're going to try to kill him again. I'm just telling you right now. And he dodged a bullet today.
and I think-
he dodged a bullet, guys. This is serious.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
With Alex.
Literally, he
I
dodged
don't
the
think he needs to get out there on the road, and I think people underestimate how easy it is to kill somebody if you don't care about getting caught. I mean, like, you know, to his point, they killed JFK in broad daylight. So if you're out there and you have to screen every single person that goes to one of these rallies and then every building within, you know, 1,000 yards in every direction, I mean, it's easier said than done. And
Well, they don't. And, you know, not to say this, but I don't know how many of you have been with the president recently, but he doesn't have a lot of Secret Service agents around him lately.
No,
I mean,
he doesn't.
It's amazing.
He doesn't.
I mean, sometimes he only has 2 or 3 within an immediate vicinity. That's not good, Alex.
Yeah, former presidents don't carry as many Secret Service agents as sitting presidents.
Yeah, and
do,
listen, I'm
they
not
have a lot
mad
of
at
discretion
people.
in how
I'm
many
not mad
agents
at
they
earlier
have.
folks. I agree with Patrick Bet-David. He should stay out front. That looks great. But we already know Trump's tough. He already freaking got shot in the side of the head by a goddamn bullet. He needs to stop it. And he needs to go digital for now and point this out because I'm telling you, they're desperate, folks. They're going to kill him. And I said this last week. I said this 2 weeks ago. They're going to kill him. So people, and listen, they're going to go after Musk too. So I'm not being alarmist, folks. We're in the middle of a revolution against tyrants. They're trying to start World War III. They will do anything. God bless you, and I love you guys.
I think you're overestimating America's attention span. If this was a month,
Yeah, I think it's also important to, like, say what I was trying to say before, that, like, you know, former presidents almost never carry the same amount of agents as the sitting president will. So they need to beef them up to that of a sitting president.
Yeah, well, I love how Krasinski pops in and says, don't hype this up. He freaking got shot in the side of the head.
No, Alex, what I'm saying is that I think you're overestimating the attention span of Americans. If he was to just go in his basement like you all say Biden did, I think that with an election that, I mean, the polls are still pretty close. I think that
Okay, well, this just becomes
America-
Gladiator then. This just becomes Gladiator, and now it's just a blood sport where we put him out there and watch him get killed.
No, I mean,
Brian,
I,
do you think-
the convention? So the convention, I think the convention's in a more confined environment. I think the idea of holding outdoor rallies like this puts him in more danger when you're in a more
Kraz,
confined
I agree with
environment.
you. Let me just say this, and I'm going to hang up. Former President Trump was escorted off stage by Secret Service during an incident, like Kennedy getting killed was an incident, at Pennsylvania rally Saturday that seemed to leave him bleeding from near his right ear. Though Trump's campaign has said he is fine, Forbes is now spinning this like he has a mosquito bite or sprained his knee. Folks, this is the deep state. Holy hell is all I can say. Good God.
Hey, brother, Brian, sorry, go to Lemon. I was going to ask Brian a quick question. Sorry, you mentioned something, Brian. Do you really think Biden still has a chance to win after this?
I think this greatly reduces any chance that he had. I would not be surprised if this pushes Democrats further to try and push him out. But yeah,
And I agree. I agree. That's why they'll kill Trump. That's why they'll kill Trump. He's totally going to win now by 20 points.
So I'm not of the mindset that this was a deep state or that it was the government trying to knock Trump off. I think if
fact that people who maybe weren't going to get out on election night because they thought their vote didn't matter, I think now are going to want even more so to be a part of history and vote for their candidate that almost got assassinated. I think there are also people who might not have voted at all that decide, you know what, I'm going to go vote. I also think that donations are going to rapidly increase for the Trump campaign.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And you actually see predicted sort of data here suggesting Donald Trump has increased about 7 percentage points after the shooting in odds of winning the election, with Kamala and Biden going down. There are also some rumors that maybe teleprompter glass scratched Donald Trump and led to some bleeding. I don't think that's true. Based on the video here, where Donald Trump cheers fist up, I can clearly see the teleprompter on the left and right in pretty clearly put together condition. Obviously, there are... Oh, Donald Trump was just released from the hospital. Just got that update just moments ago. There are also very dramatic photos that are now circulating of Donald Trump being led off of the stage. Here's one that was shared by Tucker Carlson. There's been an outpouring of reaction and support across the community. Elon Musk officially endorsed Donald Trump for president. Elon Musk has reportedly also donated to Donald Trump's super PAC after stating that he would not donate to any presidential candidate. It looks like he has changed his mind, which I think you have the right to change your mind. If anybody knows, I change my mind sometimes. Those of you in my course member group, you can learn more about that at meetkevin.com. You know that we cover my opinions on the market every single day, live at the Real Meet Kevin, or sorry, the Market Live channel. You can watch me live every day. The market is open at 5:25 a.m. California time. I cover the market news every morning there for free. Right after that, we go into the course member live stream, where we answer course member questions and deal with other fundamental analysis and otherwise. You're welcome to join us there. Go to meetkevin.com to learn more for that. It does look like Donald Trump released from hospital after the shooting. Looks like we have some footage of his motorcade leaving the hospital, and he is expected to speak in Denver tonight at a UFC event. So it looks like he's going to be getting right back to work after being shot. Footage here of Trump's motorcade leaving with a lot more police presence this time. Oh, that could be just the angles of the lighting that I'm seeing. That might be a similar motorcade he usually has. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Disgusting for someone with opinions that don't align with Trump to go as far as trying to take his life. Obviously, the shooter now being dead. But this is a very clear assault on democracy. It's sad. It's a bad day Donald Trump was grazed. Reports that maybe a bulletproof vest stopped an additional bullet to his chest. One attendee is dead in the bleachers, who was apparently shot in the head. We saw the footage of an ER doctor trying to provide medical response to save the individual. 1 to 2 other individuals apparently in critical condition who were attendees at the event. There were metal detectors at the event, but this shooter appeared to have responded from outside of the event. It looks like Donald Trump is now heading to the airport, likely to get to the Denver event. I expect there will be some form of statement from Trump at the Denver event. We already saw his Truth Social post. The Biden campaign is also pausing attack ads against Donald Trump out of respect for the fact that he was just shot, which is understandable. And wow, this is a shocking and historic day of you know what we're seeing here. Now I have another graphic that I want to show that is pretty decent. I like this one. You know, mine's kind of chicken scratchy. You know, I threw it up on an iPad while being live. This is another version. It's from a slightly different angle. The example I gave showed the buildings on the left, so you have to sort of rotate your mind about 90 degrees here. This is the wrong building, by the way. This is the incorrect picture. So I know this picture I expect to be wrong. Oh, this being this building. Yes, this could be this building. That's fair. But the shooter, I agree, the shooter was in this position. About 125-ish meters is the expectation to Trump's approximate location, and then where the Secret Service snipers were. They're roughly aligned. I think I'm in agreement with this. Roughly aligned with what we drew with my chicken scratch, which again, you can retweet here if you'd like. This was the phone video we saw showing the building here. I think the image they showed was here, like a Street View image, because I was looking at Google Street View of this as well. But the actual shooter's building is blocked by that. Secret Service snipers up here. Trump stands where the victim was, with again that.
We're only on 4.
Very, very dramatic day. It's an assault on American democracy. And I suppose I would be not myself if I didn't mention that if you're ever motivated to get the same life insurance that Lauren and I have, just go to medkevin.com/life. It's a paid partner of the channel, it's affiliate. medkevin.com/life. You can sign up in as little as 5 minutes for life insurance. You can Apple Pay or Android Pay for it. So that does it for the summary of what just happened at the Trump event. Let's pop in over here to listen to a little bit more coverage.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I can't believe, like, they're showing the shooting, though, like, live on actual public television. Like, wild. Like, they want to show it. It's part of the narrative. Like, fucking crazy.
Let's try a different channel here. Let's go to Fox for a minute. Just replay commentary.
Us now, Dave McCormick. He was in the front row. He was at President Trump's rally tonight, sitting there when this shooting started. He's also the Republican Senate candidate going up against incumbent Senator Casey. Dave, wish, of course, we had you on under better circumstances. You had a front row seat, literally, to what happened. Tell us what you saw.
Hey, Sean, how are you? Well, you know, I had met President Trump a little bit earlier when he first arrived, and he had come out on the stage and had actually announced and asked me to come up on the stage. And then he said, no, hold off. I'll have you up here a bit later. And then within a minute or two after that, we heard these shots. And it was almost in slow motion, a series of shots. It seemed like 7 or 8. And the president obviously went down and had the Secret Service covering him. And then, as you said, kind of rose and had the Secret Service as a phalanx around him. And you see him putting out his fist in both defiance and reassurance. And some in the crowd even chanting at that point, USA. And then over my shoulder, I realized that someone else had been hit. And unfortunately, someone behind me had been in the stands and had been shot, and it looked like he was very seriously wounded. There was people next to him were trying to treat him, but there was a lot of blood. And so you have the entire 15,000 people, many of them on their knees, down because we didn't know if the shooting was over. We didn't know if there was one shooter or two shooters. And the president, showed real strength and composure and reassurance as the Secret Service moved him out, and eventually the crowd dissipated. But we really didn't know what was going on. It was very
Not bad
chaotic,
range.
as you might imagine.
Probably right there.
But it was clear that somebody, at least one person, maybe more, had been hurt seriously.
To be very clear, as I have listened and watched this 2.5-minute video over and over again, Dave, it was very clear to me there was no answer in terms of what that sound was. Selena Zito, who I know you know very well known in Pennsylvania for her politics, and God bless the people of Pennsylvania. I hear that there was a lot of heroism on the ground. We'll hear these stories in the days to come. But there was no doubt in your mind what you heard was a gunshot. Selena said there was no doubt in her mind.
Yeah, I mean, certainly after the first pop, then there were several pops in succession. It was clear that it was a weapon. It was clear it was a gun. And frankly, I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from. It certainly seemed like it was coming from his left, but I also thought there was even a possibility of multiple shooters. And it was very unclear, but it was clear it was at least one shooter, and it was a semi-automatic, weapon where you showed one shot after another. And it was clear that it was obviously directed at the president, as evidenced by the fact that the first round just barely hit him. And so it was clear it was an attempt on his life, and it was ultimately one that unfortunately took the lives of others.
Yeah, it's very scary, and not something that is common in Butler, PA, your home state, your home area. Dave McCormick, thank you. We appreciate you being with us, and we'll have you back on the show soon. All right, here with more reaction. Former Speaker of the House, Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich. We've been friends a long time, Mr. Speaker. I was the MC the night you became Speaker of the House in 1994, in that historic election. You've been through a lot of tough elections over the years. They're all tough elections. This is a pretty divided country at this time. And 100%. I just wanted to get your thoughts. More than anything else, beyond being a speaker and a great speaker, I believe you were the last speaker to balance the budget, not once, but I think it was 2 years in a row, maybe 3. You're a historian. We have had assassination and assassination attempts before. That's clear.
Okay, I've got to run. I got 7 children. I say goodnight to them. I just want to thank everybody for supporting and following. You can follow me on YouTube, subscribe. I've been streaming there. I also stream on Twitch and X, at Real Meet Kevin on X, Meet Kevin on YouTube, and Meet Kevin on Twitch. This is a crazy, historic day. Very sad. And thank you all for your support, your donations, supporting the channel, joining the courses. We have a mastermind now at meetkevin.com, meetkevin.com/mastermind, for those of you looking for some higher ticket, kind of like one-on-one and small group help with your business or whatever it might be. But thank you so much.
Since that was done, we're gonna be posting this good analysis. I'll get the team to post it out, and I talk about the trajectory and the distance, which is 160 yards from the slope building. And then the question that everyone's asking, why would the Secret Service not secure such an obvious dangerous vector? It's a perfect vector to shoot Trump. It's a pretty far distance. We're going to post out the images, so you can click on Google Maps. But I think it's great footage. We're going to post it out and get Myron and others to kind of give us their thoughts on this. It's a great tweet by whoever posted that. We're just going to pin it now, right after posting it. We got here, yeah, the rifle recovered. That's by Chief. Thank you, Chief, for sharing that. Came in from War Monitor. We've got another here. Justin Trudeau just put out a statement. Let me read it. I'm sickened by the shooting of former President Trump. It cannot be overstated. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts are with former President Trump, those at the event, and all Americans. Let me go, Max. I'm not sure if your mic is working. Mike, as a Democratic nominee for the Florida district, would love to get your thoughts on what we're seeing right now, and starting to talk about what happens next, and what happens to the Democratic Party, what happens to Biden, and the support that Trump is getting. Because the odds on Polymarket have spiked from 60-something% of him becoming the next president to about 70% now, 70-75%.
I'll just read this before I go straight to Mike. It's a statement by Justin Trudeau. I don't know if you read it, Mario, you just mentioned it, but I'll read it.
Oh, I didn't read it, yeah, sorry.
Okay. I'm sickened by the shooting at former President Trump. It cannot be overstated. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts are with former President Trump, those at the event, and all Americans. That was a statement by the Canadian Prime Minister. Sorry, Mike, you were going to... Mario, went to you?
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, I wanted to get Mike's thoughts. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. First off, I want to be on the record and say that I condemn not only this violence against former President Trump, but any violence in the political sphere or elsewhere is absolutely, positively unacceptable in American discourse. As probably the only SWAT-trained sniper in this space right now, I do want to comment a little bit on the logistics of what happened. Absolutely, if what they're saying is true, that distance should have been covered by what Trump's advance team. It's a team of Secret Service agents that goes out between about 7 and 10 days before Trump even gets there. They secure manhole covers, they secure rooftops. They look at every potential vantage point where a sniper could get a round down range on Trump. Now, there's obviously a lack of coordination, a lack of imagination. There was huge failures in Secret Service. I will totally admit that. But we have to be really careful here about dialing down the range. I just heard Alex Jones on here start talking about the deep state and all this other stuff, and I will defend Alex Jones' right, his First Amendment rights till the day I die. Anybody can say whatever they want. Obviously, as a Democrat, I have strong misgivings about former President Trump, but I will defend his right to say whatever he wants without fear of being shot. Absolutely. But we have to dial down the rhetoric. If that shot was taken from 160 feet, even 160 yards, any trained sniper could do that in their sleep. This isn't some deep state. This isn't some government conspiracy. This is some nut job out there that wanted to take out the president. As far as the campaign is concerned...
Mike, just a quick question on that, then I do want you to carry on. From the images we've seen online, I've posted a couple myself, many people have posted it as well, it does seem to suggest that that actual bullet was going to hit Trump, and he actually moved his head at the correct moment, and that's the only reason that basically the bullet didn't take his head off. Just having that information, what's your thoughts on that? Continue.
Well, I'm hearing reports that there was an AR-15 found on the scene. You don't have to be a SWAT-trained sniper to know that an AR-15 would probably be about the last platform I would want to take a long-distance shot from.
Well, the AP reported that there is a recovery of an airsoft weapon. That's what you're referring to. I think they.
Yeah, wouldn't if you're the deep state, wouldn't you be using a long rifle rather than an AR style rifle to get?
That's the point I'm going to exactly. If this was some state-sponsored, some deep state-sponsored thing, you wouldn't use such a puny platform as that. You would use something much heavier. Out of 308, 6.5, there's a million much better choices to use than an AR pattern rifle. This obviously is not some type of deep state. First of all, anybody that's ever worked for the government knows it like a sieve. In order to have this level of conspiracy to take out the Republican nominee for president, there would have to be so many people involved in it. You all would have known about it probably a week before it happened, and Trump would never be there. So the notion that this is a deep state or that the Democrats have it out for Trump, his life, is absolutely preposterous. The amount of, now I'm not running, obviously I'm not running for president, and that's a job I would never want to have, especially after what I've seen today. But the just little puny nobody me, the amount of threats that came my way after I denounced the violence against former President Trump, after I told everybody to calm down, the amount of threats that came in via my DMs, via email, via calls to my campaign office were overwhelming. They came in faster than we could log or report them.
But the threats are very different. But Congressman, the threats are very different to someone taking a shot at you. The threats are very different to the closest troops, to the closest.
Very complacent because we get threats all the time, and we just kind of laugh them off, or we put them in a bucket.
But what do you think? Where do you draw the line between negligence and something more sinister? Because more and more people are starting to question on whether this was genuinely pure negligence or more.
From my perspective, to looking at it as a former law enforcement officer and also looking at it as a candidate, to me it reeks of gross negligence. The fact that he's still alive even speaks to that. If you were able to get a shot off at that distance and miss, you're using the wrong platform, you're at a perfect distance. There's no reason that was a professionally carried out taking of a human life sanctioned by a state-sponsored entity with a budget and a halfway qualified sniper.
Damn, we got a stabilizer, bruh.
Conversation right now.
Got a stabilizer, bruh.
Okay, and I do want to go. I'm not sure if there's any news, Chief, or
like that
anything else. And let me look at the live feed here if there's anything new that just came in. We do know that Trump has left the hospital. Not sure where he's heading. 2 attendees have just described the moment Trump's rally erupted into chaos. I heard what I thought was firecrackers. It did not sound like typical gunshots, as one of the attendees at the rally. The National Security Division of the Justice Department is expected to open an investigation, obviously, into the shooting. Members of the Trump campaign are huddling outside the rally venue and milling around. Like the press, the police have prevented them from re-entering the venue to retrieve their belongings. So, okay, so no one from the Trump campaign came to the venue, which I think is Protocol Myron. Is that correct, Myron or
Unibear?
I see Ian here as well, but Myron or Mike, I'm guessing it's protocol for the Secret Service not to let anybody back in, including people from the campaign.
Absolutely not. In order to get anywhere near POTUS, there's a color-coded system of buttons that you have, depending on the color code that you have on your lapel or your blouse if you're a lady. That determines how close you can get. Once this happens, it's kind of like DEFCON 1. You have to have a very particular color to get anywhere near him. They put him in a bubble. They isolate him and any other immediate family members, and he disappears.
I appreciate that. And from a political perspective, and Ian, I want to go to you afterwards, but politically speaking, what does that mean for Biden? What does that mean for Trump? And who's going to be the next president?
That is correct. That is correct.
I'm not sure what's correct. So the question I have, and that's you, Mike, what does that mean for Biden and Trump? Do you think it's more likely Biden will step down after this?
I don't think Biden will step down for this. The president has been very clear that he is in this race for the long haul, but it's never been my style to BS anybody, and I won't BS anyone here. I think that the events of this evening has forever not only changed politics, but it's changed the trajectory of this entire race. I think the course going for Biden would be a little bit more difficult. Yes, he is old, and the Democratic Party has acknowledged that he is old. But if you like someone said earlier, if you juxtapose an image between the two, Trump got up in that fight stance. Biden wouldn't be able to do that, and people are just going to. That is going to be the story every single day going forward. Trump was able to get up, Biden wasn't.
Exactly, but you still think that that Biden will not step down after this?
Biden absolutely, positively will not step down after this. No way.
Yeah, no, he definitely wouldn't.
Why do you say that? Go ahead, Sully.
Yeah, just some breaking news. This is a statement from Keir Starmer, and he said, quote, the UK Prime Minister, he said, quote, "I am appalled by the shocking scenes at President Trump's rally, and we send him and his family our best wishes.
political violence in any form has no place in our societies, and my thoughts
That
are
might be
with
good.
all the victims of this attack. That was a statement by Keir Starmer, the PM of UK. Let me go to Ian. Ian, you normally have your finger on the pulse of these type of incidences and situations. We've seen this attempted assassination of President Trump. There's many theories behind what could be the motive. First of all, give us your thoughts on witnessing this or seeing this happen in our. And then the second thing is motive. Who do you think is behind it? Who benefits most?
I mean, I think that the most important thing to remember is that in any story that breaks, even simple ones, it's always very confusing at the start, and the information is always very cluttered. And we know for sure that the mainstream media 100% reminded us that they're fucking useless and that Trump fell down at his rally today. So we know that the mainstream media, you know, is a dying thing. But we have to remember that though the new decentralized media this is a great example of how it's amazing and how you can get an incredible spread of information in sort of decentralized fact finding. There are lots of flaws in decentralized media too, and so it's important to just like everyone should remember to be patient and to think very critically about everything they're seeing and hearing. That's my first take at it all going in. I have a lot of theories. Like I have sort of like theories lined up for all the different possibilities, and I'm kind of looking for evidence of each one. And I would love to turn it back to Mike with a question. Mike, based upon you having this expertise as a sniper, have you seen the footage that has come out of this apparent cell phone video that's pointed at the Secret Service snipers as they're allegedly taking the shot on the shooter? Have you seen that video?
I have not had a chance to look at that video
Yeah,
yet.
Ian, can you pin it above? Ian, would love to see it.
Yeah, I'll look
Also, let me
for
see if the.
second. And Mike, when you do see it, I would love to get your opinion on what struck me as strange is it looks like the Secret Service snipers are already set up in position in the general direction of the roof, and it appears as though they get on their rifle and they take the shot with very little movement of their gun, and which would imply to me that they were already sort of like on visual target, even if and so I'm just curious to get a sniper's take on like what do you think the likelihood is of that, of like the concealment of the shooter and how much negligence is involved, etc. I'll try to find it and post it in the nest.
Yeah, also just a quick point as well, if you want to check it out, Mike, I've just pinned it for the audience too. It's a visual of the shooter and their sight, their line of sight towards Trump. So you can see it there, and if anyone wants to click on the image, it's just above, including an image of the shed that he was on.
My rocket launcher.
And the building he was on, and the Secret Service
play.
snipers
That's
where.
what I've been working on.
Let me see, with Trump's podium, Trump's
I'm about to
location,
just-
the shooter was
I'm trying to
behind him,
level up the
420
mastery.
feet, and
I
the
kinda
Secret
wanna get to
Service
18
was
tonight.
next to him. So, yeah, it's such a clear line of sight. You can see it in the image above. We're going to do another visual, including Google Maps. Go ahead,
I think the amount of negligence, when I look at that, when I look at what I'm seeing, the amount of negligence here is just alarming. First, to address the first point you made, you know, them being able to acquire the threat in their scope so quickly, that is pretty typical protocol. When you have an event of this magnitude, there's typically not going to be one sniper team. There's going to be more than dozens of sniper teams coordinated all the way from Secret Service down to the local sheriff and the local police department. So there's going to be a lot of different assets brought to bear on an event of this magnitude. However, saying that, unless there is some other type of encasement or enclosure that's nearby that this guy should have popped out of, having your long on that position, the moment you saw a threat, the moment you saw anybody with a firearm, you take that shot. That's protocol. When you have a high value target like that, and you have someone with, even though an AR would absolutely be the last thing you would use in that particular situation. Anytime you have a target of that value and you see a threat pointed to them, you take that shot and then you ask for questions and forgiveness later. My thing is, unless there was some kind of magic box he popped out of or some kind of trap door on the roof he came out of, there should have already been a shot taken.
let me go to Emergent. Emergent, you've been on multiple panels covering different wars. I think the last time we were on stage together was during the Mutiny days. I would love your thoughts on what we've seen today. Your expert.
Yeah. By the way, that thanks for having me up. That video that Ian was talking about, I actually just pinned that in the tweet. Liz Churchill posted that one. So it's actually that really to me is kind of the most damning thing I've seen so far as far as negligence on their part. It looks like they had direct line of sight to where the shooter would have been. They're on Trump's right, and they're literally, it's almost like they're already trained on him and they waited for the shooter to take the shot. You see Trump dive in that shot, and then you see them fire back. So just very unusual. Just here's a couple things from my experience, and for those that haven't listened to me speak before, I was former NORAD military veteran. We had sites in DC, and actually I have some experience with this because a couple of our sites are actually located on rooftops directly adjacent to the White House. So been up there multiple times. The White House proper has rooftop sensors. They have 24/7, 365 surveillance to the point where if you go on those rooftops, you have to call them ahead of time because they will assess you and treat you as a threat if they see you there unexpected. I mean, to the point where when we were up there doing work and we had to take a bathroom break, we had to let the Secret Service know we were taking a bathroom break. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know the details on this. This might be someone, a speaker like Myron or somebody directly with Secret Service, but I'm pretty sure they have when the president travels, they have some type of mobile version of that type of rooftop and area sensor that they can normally deploy. But I can't speak specifically to the mobile version of that. But, you know, what they do with POTUS movements and this type of thing is I think Myron said this earlier, they normally scout, if the president's going to travel somewhere, they scout the area, the site, in great detail weeks ahead of time usually, and they look at it from the pretend you're the shooter. If I was the shooter, where would I stage myself? And, you know, even just taking a look at that aerial view that you posted, Mario, that would be the absolute first. It's a clear rooftop, directly adjacent, line of sight. So normal procedure for that would be to secure that building, lock it down, identify it as a threat. They'd normally contact the building owner and say, hey, whoever this is, can you please close down this building and restrict access to it for the duration of this event. So very unusual that they wouldn't do that, or if they couldn't do that, that they wouldn't assess that building as a primary threat area, which if you watch that video, you can see the snipers are already pointed at that building.
And let me just read out some more updates here. The building is the assassin was on a building of AGR International. That's a glass and plastic manufacturer. So the New York Post asks whether the shooter was an employee at that company at AGR. Otherwise, how else could he get onto that roof? And they do point out that a bystander saw the shooter and alerted the Secret Service. So the bystander alerted the Secret Service and police. But their response was delayed, that's according to the New York Post. We've just posted this, including a Google Maps. I've just pinned it at the top. And also they got the footage that Emergent's talking about on the top as well, which I'm going to watch in a bit and talk about. Let me just pin the Google Maps image of that warehouse. So going back to the question that everyone's asking. From what you're seeing so far, I know it's very early and we're waiting for an investigation. But then again, how much can you trust that investigation? But does that seem to you more leaning more towards negligence, or, as I said, something more sinister?
You know, and I don't use this type of. I'm very much a, you know, wait 72 hours, let things come out of the wash. We could learn more, but in this case, there's just so many things going wrong here. If, you know, one mistake, you know, 2 mistakes out of 8. But we're seeing 6, 7, 8 things go wrong, and to me, unfortunately, given the highly charged political nature of what's going on in this country right now, I have to think that we can't take the collusion off the table. I think at best, extreme negligence to the point where people should be getting fired. But worst case scenario, collusion.
But we also need to use history as a past prologue. Let's get past the Reagan attempt. Let's go all the way back to the JFK assassination attempt. And let's look at all the different mistakes, all the different balls that were dropped in, from the Secret Service drinking the night before to where Lee Harvey Oswald was able to exit the school book depository, get past Dallas PD and Secret Service, Actually, the manager of the building said, he's one of our guys. He's good. Let him go. There is possible to have several different layers of security.
Let me read out. Trump plans to attend the RNC as expected, and there's been reports that he could attend the UFC fight tonight, but it's unconfirmed. Trump, and he's left the hospital. For anyone's listening, it's been about an hour that he's left the hospital. Trump still plans to attend the Republican National Convention next week, where he'll be formally renominated as president. So the campaign and the Trump campaign and RNC officials said the following: President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. Which is interesting. Trump, who's the target of this assassination attempt, is praising law enforcement while everyone else is obviously pointing out different pointing out their concerns and different red flags that we're seeing. He looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention and nominate him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. The footage that you have emergent, let me go through it again, and I want everyone to watch it. I know you've got it posted. Let me see if my team posted it, and I think the team posted it as well. Let me just try to find that footage here. Right, I'm just gonna, it's posted on my account. Just retweeted it if you're not seeing it, but it is footage of the. So new footage from Trump assassination attempt. Trump's right ear was grazed when the shooter opened fire at the rally in Butler. So the footage essentially shows the Secret Service responding to the shooter. So it's a very quick response. So if you watch it, essentially Trump, does it look like he's watching the... So can you look at that video? Can you Emergent, can you explain the footage? So what are we seeing? And everyone else could watch it with us. I've just pinned it at the top. You can go scroll up on your screen, you can watch that footage. But essentially what he's seeing, and it's very blurry. So you can't see Trump if he's looking at the Secret Service there. No, I think he's pointing out to a chart from memory, chart relating to immigration. But then your secret shooter here is seeing some sort of action. He's looking in that direction, probably after a bystander alerted them. And then you've got them pointing there. He looks into the scope, out of the scope, back in the scope, and then the shot's fired.
Grabs his ear, and the sniper comes off of his scope like moments after Trump grabs his ear, implying that he's taken the shot before Trump even gets tackled by Secret Service, right?
Agree.
Yeah.
That's very possible. Go ahead.
And Trump looking over makes me wonder if maybe somebody was speaking or saying something to him through the earpiece at that point. It's just very, like I said, that's just, I mean, they're pointed right at the shooter, and they've got him dead to rights in that footage.
Yeah, and they're just pointing out, it does look like he was looking at the Secret Service snipers, but he was looking at the teleprompter for anyone that was watching this. But let's go back to the footage. Yehuda, not sure if you saw the footage we're referring to is pinned above, but I'm genuinely curious. We've had everyone's thoughts on the event, but I'm genuinely curious on what we know so far regarding the shooting, because it's just too many questions, too many unanswered questions.
So here's what we do know. We do know that Trump, which is very unique. He obviously touched his ear. We see the shooter, the Secret Service or whomever is providing backup support to the event on the rooftop behind him. But we also have a clip from the BBC, which interviews a man who apparently was with several others who alerted police. Now, remember, this is an event with it's a multi pronged security arrangement with local police, with state police, FBI, and the Secret Service. So the individual in question, I think he had red hair and a visor. He said on the BBC that we saw a man climbing the side of the building. So you didn't have to be an employee of the building. But what we do know, there's a Twitter handle, Geo something or other, and if you look at it, and I did look at it, the building was only about 130, 150 max meters away from where Trump was speaking. To the previous speaker who said that there are security failures here, there are, because there would be no reason why that building would not be either cordoned off. Forget about getting permission. Cordoned off, no one can go in. But the fact that the building was within the line of sight, LOS, to where the former president was speaking is problematic in itself. So there were locals who said, or people, attendees, who alerted law enforcement. So let's leave it at that. We don't know who they alerted, but the first individual said they alerted the police, and they saw someone climbing. So in other words, they had minutes in advance, and I suspect that's where you saw the sniper get into position. Okay, because
could I bring something up about that footage though?
Yeah. Well, let me just, I'll land the plane here. I'll say this. The fact that you have witnesses on the ground, I mean, obviously it's anecdotal, it's not some investigation. The fact that you have people saying we saw someone climbing the building, so it could be a ladder, it could be an emergency ladder. They're climbing the building with a long rifle, and they've told police. So the minute that happened, they would have been. There's two types of nets. Usually in this kind of situation, there's a low con and a high con. There would definitely have been communication over the radio that something's going on, pointing out the building. Snipers get into position. It could have been a false alarm. It could have been a janitor going up the building. But either way, the fact that the person got up there, someone got in a position and had a shot at Trump, that is absolutely shocking. But here's another last point I'll make. So obviously the guy's very lucky, but here's the weird thing. The Secret Service who surrounded him immediately, forget that there was one shot fired, right? On the low con, they would have communicated to the agents on the ground that the shooter was taken out, but there's no guarantee there isn't 2 or 3 or 4. The fact that they allowed him on the stage and they apparently said, wait, and I don't have confirmation of that. The protocol would be to remove the president from the position he's in immediately and into an armored vehicle. And that didn't happen. So I think there are a lot of questions as to the failure. I think negligence is the answer. Sorry. Thanks, Mario.
No, that's right, not at all. And let me read out one other thing here that just came in. Let me go to it. Where is it? I just lost it. And also, okay, Congressman Ronnie Jackson said his nephew was in the ground and a bullet grazed his neck. That just came in a few minutes ago. Just share it. So that's Congressman Ronnie Jackson talking about his nephew. I'm not sure who was just speaking.
I was just going to bring something up about that footage of the man who claimed to see the guy climbing the building. It struck me a few minutes after watching that, like, am I supposed to believe that we're at a rally where everyone's holding a cell phone and someone sees a man climbing a building with a fucking long gun and he tries to tell police and the police don't do anything? But more than that, like, you're telling me that no one captured that on a cell phone video? Like, if I'm imagine being in a crowd around a presidential thing and you see a dude climbing a building with a gun and you start saying something about it and no one pulls out a phone to make a video of that.
Yeah, let me something else came in, sir. Let me see who can help on stage. I think Mike would be best for this and Emergent as well. So the law enforcement officials recovered an AR-15 type semi-automatic rifle from a deceased white male they believe was the gunman at the scene, according to 2 officials. The Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, as part of its standard procedure in mass for high-profile shootings, is running an emergency trace on the weapon using its National Firearms Purchasing Database, which could be critical in determining and definitely identifying the shooter. So can you just talk more about the weapon, Emergent, Mike, Yehuda, an AR-15 type semi-automatic? How effective is it, considering the distance? How visible is it? And how difficult is it to get your hands on one of those?
It's
Well,
very,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say AR-15 is not difficult to get a hold of. I mean, a good shooter can hit targets 300 meters out, which I think is well within the distance here. But it's really not an optimal shot. I mean, if you're really going for a purposeful, assassination type of attempt, you probably want a higher caliber bolt action rifle, 30-06, something like that, 7.62. It's generally not a good choice for this.
Well, what if they couldn't get a sniper weapon in there and they could have planted an AR-15 somewhere? Maybe that's why they had an AR-15 instead of a sniper weapon?
You could have just as easily planted the proper platform just as easy as you could have planted an AR-15.
Well, I'm saying, doesn't law enforcement have an AR-15 with them on the scene?
Yeah, so guys, so Faytux just put out a post. We're gonna post it as well, source them. Impressive. So they put out an image of the ladder. But then on Google Maps, the ladder, they said the Google Maps, the ladder is not showing. I don't know how recent Google Maps is. So obviously this is it's a planned attack that had the ladder ready there. That's the assumption that Faytux is making. So there's an image of a ladder behind the warehouse. Then again, how would I just don't understand. There's a police car right in front of the ladder. I don't know if that's before or after the shooting. But there's a police car right next to the ladder.
Yeah, and the other
I think that's
said,
after, it could be after the shooting. Go ahead.
Well, they failed to
Go ahead, Valentina.
target. Well, they failed to engage the target once they had a positive ID that he was a threat, and this failure was on purpose.
guys, I was right behind President Trump at his rally in Ohio, and this security failure wasn't purpose. There are snipers on every roof around the perimeter in every strategic position. So someone in his security detail is clearly compromised. Obviously, I'm not an operator or an army, but nothing. But I can see that there was a failure in all of this and has put President Trump in harm's way.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be expert at this to understand this was a setup. They tried to get him like JFK. First in 2020, they stole the election from him. Then in 2024, early on, they tried to put him in jail. They tried to lock him up. And when none of that worked, when the Supreme Court said no, you're not doing this, now they try to kill him. So we need to stop playing games. We need to stop playing games and call this what it is.
You're just jumping to.
We're not jumping to anything. They try to kill this man. Call it what it is.
Absolutely are jumping to.
We need to lower the temperature in the room. This is why we are where we are.
Guys, hold on, guys. I don't know if you realize. All right, guys. So Ed, you had go ahead, jump in, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had to wait till the investigation unfolds, but just to basically conclude that it was an inside job or that it was that somebody in the security detail was involved, I mean, that's just absurd. We have no evidence of that other than the fact that something failed and the gunman got in.
What's absurd? What's absurd is thinking that this wasn't an inside job. There is zero chance this could have happened without it being an inside job. Just like the JFK assassination, it was all inside.
Was that an inside job when Reagan was shot?
I mean, the guy wanted to impress Jodie Foster, if I recall it correctly.
Yeah, but was that an inside job? How did he get in? And how did he get in?
Well, they were not having the same level of protection in '81 against Reagan as they do now. There was a very different climate.
Trump's not even president.
Yeah, he's about to be president and trying to stop that any way possible. I think it's very clear to see what's going on, sir.
Somebody running for president is. The security detail around somebody running for president is nowhere near that of somebody.
He's not just running for president, sir. He's a former president.
It doesn't matter. He's running for he's not a sitting president.
And what we really need to start looking at is why Biden wasn't giving him the correct amount of Secret Service protection. I think, pull a couple agents, make sure something goes, a different way. This was 100% an assassination attempt by the deep state. We need to start calling it what it is.
So
Biden
can't say that.
To run the country, but he's going to pull somebody's agents off?
That's the reality.
Let me ask you a question before I read out some just more updates here that we have. If anyone knows where Trump is heading right now, okay, a poll last month. Okay, hold on, what's this poll? The New York Times put out a poll last month examined support for political violence in the U.S. Robert Payne, a political scientist by New York Times. Let me read out what they just put out now, about a few seconds ago. A political scientist at the University of Chicago has studied American attitudes towards political violence since 2021, since January 6th. The attack, the Capitol, etc. Conducted a nationwide poll on the topic last month. It found that 10% of those surveyed said that the use of force is justified to prevent Donald Trump from becoming president. So the poll found that 10% of that theory essentially could support the lone gunman theory. But it could be multiple factors. It could be a lone gunman, but it could be intentionally not giving enough resources for Trump security. There's been reports of requests by the Trump campaign for more, for a bigger budget for security detail, and that was rejected or delayed by the Biden administration. Not sure what the source of these reports are. We were talking about it earlier. So it could be multiple factors. It could be negligence. It could be just a polarization that we're seeing by the media. But let me read out here. It found that 10% of those surveyed said that the use of force is justified to prevent Trump from becoming president. A third of those who gave that answer also said they owned a gun. 7% of those surveyed said they, quote, support force to restore Trump to the presidency. Half of them said they owned guns. The shooting at Mr. Trump's rally, quote, is a consequence of such significant support for political violence in our country. Indeed, significant lone wolf attacks motivated by political violence have been growing for years in the U.S. against members of Congress from both parties, as well as federal officials and national leaders. Other studies on political violence have also found small but not insignificant numbers of Americans who support the idea of using violence to advance political ideas. In October, the Violence Prevention Research Program at the University of California published a report that found that 14% of those surveyed strongly agreed that there would be a civil war in the U.S. in the next few years. This sentiment is scary. I'll read it, sorry. The report found that nearly 14% of those surveyed strongly agreed that there will be a civil war in the U.S. in the next few years. Nearly 8% of respondents the respondents to the study said they believe there will be a situation in the next few years where political violence will be justified and were intending to arm themselves. That came out from the New York Times just a couple of minutes ago. Was very. What do they
Wait,
believe
they
this is
just
a
published that
lone
a
wolf
couple
operation.
minutes ago?
Exactly the timing of it. That came out 7 minutes ago by Alan
Yeah,
Field from the New York Times.
Yeah, don't buy that bullshit. Everyone in America right now needs to realize that a civil war is the most dangerous thing that could possibly happen, and that anyone trying to pin one group or the other group as the violent group, that's bullshit. America is not going to have a civil war unless we.
I agree. I think the likelihood. So just the sentiment, though. So 80% said that they believe there will be a situation in the next few years when political violence will be justified. 14% that they agreed there will be a civil war in the next few years. Obviously, I think we all agree that the likelihood of a civil war is highly unlikely. There were a lot of people that were people on our stage and the media saying that if Trump was shot, it will be a very different conversation. I think we'd agree there. The risks would increase.
We've been much closer to a civil war in the past. I think people just always forget that existed in the past.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ed? Just from what we're seeing so far, obviously a lot of unanswered questions, and we all agree that it's hard to come to conclusions right now, too early. But if I ask you to speculate, I know you tend to be a bit more, try to be pragmatic and obviously try to not come to conclusions. But from what you're seeing right now, all these red flags that we've mentioned over the last few hours, do you think this? What is the likelihood? Do you think this was an inside operation, an inside job?
I think it's pretty slim. I'd say 90% chance that it was a lone wolf.
So a 10% chance this could have been an inside operation.
I wouldn't say 10% chance inside job, but I'd say 90% lone wolf. I don't know. I mean, I think it's very, very, very likely that
Sir, have you ever been VIP at a Trump rally?
No.
Okay, I have. The level of security to get in there is astonishing. If you actually were in a situation like that where you had to go through security checks to be VIP by Trump, you would know it's no possible way. It was a lone gunman. This was a lapse in security, a purpose lapse in security. They tried to kill this man. They literally tried to kill this man today.
There's a difference between it being a lapse in security and a purposeful
lapse in security, sir. Purposeful.
Yes,
So why did they even protect him then? Why didn't they just let him get another shot in? That makes no sense.
Well, you have to understand, you can't compromise everybody. There was a certain force that was compromised there. If you believe in God or Allah or Jesus, thank him for saving Mr. Trump. But at the end of the day, I've been to those security checks. I've been to his inauguration. I've been to places like that. It is impossible. It is literally impossible to get away with this.
Sir, with respect.
Why would you use an AR gun?
The weapons platform is not relevant. Hold on. Ed, 1 second. Regardless, I'm trying to understand your connection to being at a rally to understanding security
because
protocols.
I've been through the security checkpoints. I've seen this, sir. You have not.
Sir, I'm not sure you know what I've seen, but I'm asking you, why do you think you're aware of how security protocols work for close protection for a former president?
Okay. I have been to enough rallies, I've been through enough checkpoints to understand it is literally impossible for someone to get a gun in there unless someone gave it to them, which means it's an inside job. I'm being very logical here. You are not getting past the Secret Service. You are not doing it unless it's an inside job like it was with Kennedy. Flat out.
How about Reagan? How did Reagan get
Service
shot?
is watching everybody at all times. And
Well, they obviously weren't. They obviously weren't.
Then you have to have certain wristbands, and you have to be allowed in and sworn in by Secret Service.
Let's bring it back.
It was on purpose.
100%.
Let's circle back to
Blinken, let me read out what Blinken said, and I'm just going to play a clip from an eyewitness here. Let me know when ready. We're coming to stream that. The video, I've sent you the link. Blinken shocked and saddened by shooting. I'm shocked and saddened by the shooting of former President Trump's rally. Grateful that he is safe.
Here in the days and weeks ahead.
Sean, may I just say one more thing? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just one more thing, which I forgot to say. I hate interrupting you because this is your. I spoke to President Trump this morning, the late morning, and he was so optimistic. He was so pumped about this speech. He was so pumped about announcing his vice president. He didn't tell me who it was, but he was just so optimistic. And amidst all of this, let's remember that we live in the greatest country in the face of the earth with wonderful Americans who really just want a safe country, a better country, and maybe a little bit more money in their pockets. And he's trying to give them that. So he's very optimistic this morning.
Next time you talk to Trump, you tell him we're with them. You tell him we're with them.
Let me go to AOC tweeted as well. There's no place for political violence, including the horrific incident we just witnessed in Pennsylvania. It is absolutely unacceptable and must be denounced in the strongest terms. My heart goes out to all the victims, and I wish the former president a speedy recovery. Obviously, we read out what Ivanka Trump said earlier as well. Tiffany Trump said the following: "The outpouring of love and support for my dad is deeply appreciated. Thank you, God, for keeping my father alive. Political violence is never the answer." And let me continue reading the tweet here. God bless the Secret Service and law enforcement. And they're all praising the Secret Service and law enforcement who fearlessly intervened. Please include the families of the victims in your prayers. As you saw today, my father is a fighter and he will continue to fight for you and the USA. Tira, I want to get your thoughts on what we're seeing today.
It's terrible. I think we don't know who did it, why they did it, and we should be very careful. It looks clearly like security lapses. I cannot, nor can anyone else, say if they were purposeful or not. But I think we have to wait and step back a little from some of the partisanship. I also wanted to say one thing about that poll that was mentioned, as if the New York Times somehow had taken the poll. The poll was done by the University of Chicago a month ago. The Times just reported on it today because it seemed relevant. So it's not like they went in there and said, oops, we're going to do a poll right now because Trump got shot, right?
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I just want to, they just found this poll and said, oh, let's put it up there because it seems relevant right now. So that's just my point. This is awful. No one wants to see this. I do think that political violence in general has often been lone wolf. We saw it with Reagan and Hinckley. We saw it with some of the Garfield. There are lots of reasons, but typically it has been lone wolf. It's entirely possible this was. We don't know. There appears to be one shooter. And once again, although I understand that there are people who have strong feelings that this was on purpose and President Trump, I don't think we have any information that would back that up. So I think we should just take a step back from things like that. I'm glad he's well. I think this will help him. If you're asking me politically, I think that picture of him with his fist raised, with the American flag in the background, is going to be worth 10 points. Thanks.
We can't see the wind, but if we put our hand outside the window, we can feel it. We all know what this is. People need to stop playing games. This was an inside job. We just need to find out who did it.
We actually don't.
Yeah, I think RFK is speaking.
I don't really know why.
Since the Civil War, there were riots in over 100 cities that summer. Martin Luther King was killed 2 months before my father. People were being shot on college campuses, and that anger laid the foundation for my father's murder. And after President Kennedy's murder, there was a time of regrouping, and there was a time where Americans said to each other, "We have to stop this. We have to start looking at each other as part of a big family. We can have differences with each other without despising each other. We are the exemplary democracy of the world. We can't allow our country to devolve into violence. We are better than that, and everybody opposes violence." And I'm not talking about the other media, but also you and me and all of us are complicit in some ways in what happened tonight. And I think all of us have to sort of step back now and say, how do we change the tone of this whole campaign? How do we change the tone of the political dialogue in this country and start to forgive each other, to reconcile, to love each other again, and to see each other, to be able to have differences with each other without wanting to murder each other?
Yeah. Let's go back.
Okay.
How old were you when your father?
Yeah, okay, that was
Keep the stream. I think keep the stream going. I'm curious who's speaking. If you don't mind, kind of continue the stream.
I don't usually agree.
Guys, hold on, guys. Here, hold on. It's RK still speaking.
Like it was yesterday. I was with his body at Cathal. I think he's doing for a note out to President Trump tonight and to his family, telling him how relieved I am that he was not more badly injured. Wish him a quick recovery. I'm thanking him for his courage during that event, which was inspirational. And also telling him that Cheryl and I are praying for him, our whole family is praying for him, for Melania, and for his family, not only for his quick recovery, but for his continued safety during this campaign. And I really wish, I really hope that President Biden reaches out to President Trump and offers him a podium somewhere with these men and reassure the nation that their vote's going to make an effort to change the tone of this campaign so that we all can.
Yeah. So let me go back. Let me go back to the place where the audio stream is good, but the where RFK is speaking is very echoey. Just because I know it's very difficult for everyone to speak. To understand what he's saying. Thor is trying to come up right now. He's a former Trump teleprompter. So he's been at many of his rallies. So it'll be good to get Thor's opinion on thoughts on everything that's happened so far. Emergent and Lucky, go ahead. Emergent, I'm muted. Hold on, I'm muted. Yeah, go ahead. Emergent, Lucky.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what the gentleman said earlier about and I haven't seen the actual pictures of that. He said there was a report of an unsecured ladder on one side of the building with a police car next to it. I just wanted to comment on that real quick. The whole point of like the 2 weeks, 2 or more weeks scouting expedition and pre-securing the area that Secret Service normally does is they declare the area of that event while the president or former president there is a national security area. So it's not like a request to that building owner to please shut off access to the building. They can order them to do so. And I mean, the part of that would be to secure, that's exactly what they would do. Secure the rooftops, secure ladders, that type of thing. And it just seems complete negligence to me that would not have been done and that you would end up with somebody observing that and reporting that to them and them not acting on it.
Lucky?
Yeah, I have to echo the statements. I have family in law enforcement. I have a couple friends who are in the Secret Service, and when Trump did rallies in 2020, they'd be scouting as long as it was a planned rally, right? And this is planned, weeks and weeks ago. They go 2 weeks ahead of time. They would have full maps. They had full maps of everything, potential areas of vantage points where would be assassin would be. And the fact that this building was like 100, 200 feet away, and no one was aware or. He was able to apparently military crawl all the way across the building until he fired the shot. It's just shocking to me. It's either pure incompetence or I don't know. Some of the secrets might be correct. Maybe something more to this.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to at least not have the conversation. We're seeing obviously Elon's been very vocal at asking that question from a few hours ago. He's posted a lot about this. Let me read it out for anyone that wasn't listening earlier. Some notable ones. He's posted about criticizing the head of the Secret Service, Director Kimberly Cheadle, who worked at PepsiCo before protecting the president. He says, he quote tweets Jack Posobiec, who said, how was a sniper rifle with a full rifle kit allowed to dare crawl onto the closest roof to the presidential nominee, which goes in line with what you just said. Lucky and Elon quote tweeted that saying, extreme incompetence, or it was deliberate. Either way, the SS leadership, like the security service leadership, must resign. He quote tweeted a post by Trump, and then he also tweeted reposted a screenshot of an NBC article, Tucker Carlson stokes conspiracies, claims US so NBC called it a conspiracy when Tucker said the US is speeding towards assassination of Trump. So Elon retweeted that as well. Thor, if you're in the audience, would love you to be able to come up and get your thoughts as a former Trump teleprompter of the security, and I know Max, you've been very critical of the security we saw today versus the security you usually see at Trump rallies. But Thor, if you can come up, we would love to get your thoughts on what we're seeing. Tira, I know you were speaking earlier when you interrupted Deborah. Good to have you on stage.
I just really wanted to say, can we really listen to what RFK Jr. said and really appreciate it? Because he is in a sort of unique position. His father and his uncle were both killed by snipers, and I think that this was I mean, I don't usually agree with him, but I totally agree with him. I think on all sides, can we wait a little more, tone down some rhetoric, not be so hateful to each other? I do think that would be the best thing that could come out of this. I don't know that it will, but that would be the thing that we should all strive for. Thanks.
Yeah, so we have no I appreciate that, Tira. We don't have any information on where Trump is heading since he left the hospital about an hour and a half ago. We don't have any information whether he's attending the UFC tonight. And there's been reports he could be, but obviously haven't heard anything since. Let me go to the images. Like, if anyone goes through the images that are circulating of Trump holding his fist up with blood on his face, essentially secures his presidency. Brian, I think you said, or Ed said earlier before we go to Deborah, and Thor, actually Thor is going to be here as well. But I think you said earlier that the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency increased drastically after the incident today. Do you stand by that? And what do you think is the likelihood, if I ask you to speculate, the likelihood of two things: Biden stepping down, number one, and number two, if Biden does not step down, of him becoming the next or continuing to be the president by the election?
Yeah, so I mean, I've been following the odds on Polymarket and predicted. I think he basically
They've picked up, yeah, they picked up like 70%.
Yeah, he gained about 8% on each of those platforms. I don't think it's going to push Biden much more than he's already been pushed to leave the race. Maybe slightly, but it seems like he's going to stick in there. I personally think that Democrats should be pushing somebody else. But I mean, I'm not the decision maker. I think that this definitely helps Trump. I mean, there's no doubt that this helps Trump. We'll see how long. Like I was telling Alex Jones earlier, America has a short attention span. So, how long does this stay in their minds? I think it's going to be pretty long, and I think we're 4 months out. It's going to help him. A lot can happen in the next 4 months, but right now, Trump is definitely in the lead.
Yeah, I agree. Thor, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Mario? How's everyone doing today?
What's up, brother?
So,
hey, man.
What up,
go
dude?
ahead.
Yeah, I've probably been, over 1,000 rallies. These outdoor rallies, guys, are a different animal. You got a whole wooded area there. My guess, I was not there today. I'm very happy that the president's okay. Teflon Don. I think he's secured a win here. But, listen, it's like when a baseball pitcher's throwing a no-hitter. You do so many rallies. You don't understand the marathon these guys are on. You don't understand, the grueling pace it is to just do rally after rally after rally. It's a lot of the same people doing these jobs. So I'm not saying that, I think it was a lone shooter. My question is, was this guy hiding in the building? Was he hiding in the bush? See, what happens usually is, they do a sweep before the whole thing, right? Once the actual event's going on, that's kind of a different animal, right? Obviously, this guy came in after the fact. We were doing a rally back in 2016 at an airport hangar, and we were in the waiting room. I was having a coffee with some of the police officers, and one of the agents actually fell through the ceiling because he was sweeping the building to that extent, right? Now, some guys will say, oh, you were doing too much. But the question is, there's so much ground to cover. It is like a needle in a haystack sometimes. So my question is, was this guy hiding in the building? Was he hiding in the bushes? Where did he get that ladder from? If it was an inside job, you would think he would have a more tactical weapon, right? That wouldn't be the weapon of choice. But there's a lot of questions. Most importantly, it's just a sad day for America, where we're even talking about this. This shouldn't even be a conversation. So I'm wondering if they're going to still do outdoor rallies. There's so much ground to cover out there. It's always a risk, and I'm just thankful for law enforcement. The Secret Service guys are incredible. You guys don't realize these guys are. Look at how they surrounded him, and basically all the agents covered him on the ground. If there was more shots, one of those agents could have easily got sick. They put their life on the line for that man. And rest in peace to the people in the stands who got shot. It's a sad day. So I don't think we should jump to conclusions just yet. You'd be surprised. The way my mind works, I'm like a Navy SEAL at heart. Whenever I go in a building, I'm looking at the exit. Whenever I'm at a rally, I'm looking all around. a lot of times being backstage, you can't help but think, hey, we're all in the potential line of fire back here, So if you're gonna do 2,000 rallies and 30,000 people at every rally, there's a reason guys like Tucker, guys like Cernovich had been talking about this. This is always a possibility, and you better believe now security is going to be even tighter.
Just came in. Just came in now. Very limited information, but Biden and Trump have spoken by phone. We don't know what they're spoken about. That's what we know. Biden and Trump have spoken by phone.
Wow. Yeah. See, hopefully this makes us all come. What we really need is to come together. People need to come together, and hopefully this can have people more realize, like, we're in this together. And hey, I'll finish on this note. Good thing it was an Antifa member, supposedly, because those guys suck. They can't get anything right.
No, so that's been debunked, but yeah.
Okay. Do we know who it was yet?
There were reports. Yeah, it was a white male with a beard, long hair, but nothing else. That's pretty much all we know.
Okay. Thanks, Mario.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Yeah. I mean, so when Trump goes to power, the Secret Service will clear out all the stores, like Tiffany's is right there. They'll clear it out, make sure everyone's secure. So it's fully protected. So it's just, shocking to me, and I agree. The Secret Service, most of the Secret Service is excellent. They're very good at their jobs. They're traveling all over. The fact that this was missed and this guy was able to get that close on the buildings they knew about, they had to know about this building because they mapped it out, 2+ weeks ago, and was able to get that vantage point. It's just shocking. Like I said, it's shocking to me, and I think it's shocking to everyone that this was able to happen.
Yeah, so I'm just and just want to get your thoughts, guys, from a political standpoint, Chief. Unless you have some updates here, what does that mean for Biden? That's what I think the next question.
Well, Biden now knows he lost. I mean, he might as well step down and let someone else, take the beating, because this race is over. This is over. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States, and I gotta tell you, I want people to listen to me. When Trump gets in the Oval Office again, people who did this, people who did the witch hunt when he was president, it's all coming back on you guys. Remember that.
So, Gigi,
let me go to Bano, Mr. Bano. All right, so we do have a marksman on stage when you're ready.
Oh, yeah, I can go to him and then after, because
Oh, perfect. Mr. Banner, how are you?
Good, how are you doing today?
Good. Tell us about your background. You've sent us some details earlier. Give us your background and then your thoughts on what we see so far.
United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. In 2014, I became a marksmanship instructor out in 29 Palms. It's one of the worst shooting ranges that there is. You got 40-mile-per-hour winds going constantly. Trained over 10,000 Marines on the M4, M16, AR-15 platforms, as well as the 9mm Beretta. Just wanted to speak on this weapon system real quick. It's not a non-ideal weapon for this situation. It's 150 feet or yards. The M16 is rated out for a max effective point target at 550 meters. An experienced shooter can do this in a standing on top of that building and hit its target no problem. So, and then you also have the 30-round magazine that you can have with this weapon, and re-engaging is very simple. So trying to pull out a bolt action or something like that, or a larger caliber, is not needed. This is a very good weapon to get in and out if you're trying to, but I don't think the shooter had that intent. And also, when you're going after a huge political target like that, your nerves are probably shaking and up, so his shot being off is probably due to that. But this is a good weapon for that type of situation. It's just not saying that you need a sniper or something. It's not needed. That's all I have to say.
And the question, I'd love you guys to ask some more questions here to Bano, just to kind of understand better. So you're saying the weapon is not, you're not saying it's ideal, but it's not the worst weapon for obviously the attempted assassination of Trump, considering the distance. How heavy is the weapon to carry? How visible is it for the Secret Service? Because it took them a long time to
that all depends, because you can break this gun down very easily and get it back together within 10 seconds. You know, collapse it in half. But I mean, the gun weighs around 14 pounds. You can sneak it in, and you only need a couple seconds to engage. And that's if you're an experienced shooter. I don't think this guy was very experienced at all, because at 150 yards he was shooting from the prone, and he's trying to probably lower his profile. That's the only thing I can think of. But you can definitely get the shot off and get out of there real quick if you needed to with that weapon system.
Okay, and then from what we've seen so far, the the position. So you've seen the images of the shelter. You've seen how far it is from the former president, and the line of sight. Have you seen all that footage?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, perfect. You've seen the footage of the Secret Service engaging with the
Yes.
shooter. Okay, I'd love your thoughts on all that footage.
The Secret Service engaging with the shooter, it seems like, I don't know if he was like trying to assess his target and see what he had in his hand. That's something you should be able to tell very quickly. I would definitely be questioning my Secret Service on what actually happened.
You're talking based on the footage. He kind of looked through the scope and then looked away and then looked through the scope again. That's what
Correct.
you're referring to, correct?
And then also waiting so long to engage the threat, like that's clearly someone, aiming to do harm at either a crowd of people or the president. So I mean, at that point, you just you take the shot and then answer questions later.
Okay, and what about the fact that the police? So it wasn't the Secret Service. Two questions: how was the shelter, the warehouse, not surrounded by police? That's number one. Number two: how come wasn't there Secret Service on that rooftop, considering the line of sight towards the president?
I completely agree with you.
Remember, the police officers could have thought that guy was Secret Service too.
Well, from the images, I think we've
the guy
seen,
was wearing,
he
but
was
the guy,
not
the guy,
uniformed.
he's wearing a white, not uniform. He's wearing a white T-shirt. He just looks like a kid.
So a lot of times too, you show up to a rally, the local officers aren't always going to be on the same page as everyone else, right? It would be stupidity. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mago. Mr. Mago, I think it was. Go ahead. You were just explaining, giving us your thoughts on not Mago, sorry, Bano. Bano, go ahead. All right, Bano, your mic isn't working. There you go. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
I'm jumping in the back.
No, all good. Yeah, well, I just want you to continue with your thoughts on the footage that you've seen.
Where I left off was that sniper taking too long to shoot, and then why that building wasn't covered in the first place is beyond me. I couldn't tell you why. I wasn't on the ground there or been in the area. I'm not familiar with it. But
so that was a very valid question. That building should have had Secret Service on there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a gross oversight all around.
Okay, and the likelihood, obviously we're just speculating here, but the likelihood of this having some sort of inside job?
I would hate to speculate, but I would say.
Is it a fair question to ask right now?
It's absolutely not too fair to ask, but to run with that story is another thing entirely.
Absolutely. I think running with any story right now.
It's the same thing as people always say, these politicians are stupid. There's politicians are stupid. Why are they sending money overseas? They're stupid. No, they're running a money laundering operation. You always think it's stupidity. It's not. It's all planned, just like this was. I can speculate if someone got a phone call, yo, move that position, move this position, give the guy I'm telling you, this was an inside job, and people really need to stop taking that seriously, because they took a shot at the future president of the United States. They tried to attack every single one of us today, and people need to be taking this seriously.
Yeah, so RFK obviously did reference the assassination of his uncle and his father. And he quoted, "We can't allow our country to devolve into violence." That was RFK from a few minutes ago. Let me go back to Sully. I think you were asking a question.
Yeah, we're gonna
and then
ask
we'll
Gary.
go to Gary.
Gary, how you doing? A quick question, right? So if, like, what you're saying is right, that there was an inside job, it was an attempted assassination, what would be the motive for Trump, let's say, taken out? Who becomes the Republican nominee? Who is that person who becomes the Republican nominee?
The nominee, I don't think who becomes it is important. I think the important part is understanding that Trump's on his way to win another election. They want to keep him out there by any means necessary.
But Max, quick question, but just you take someone out because you think the other option is gonna basically follow what you believe or is going to be able to partake in your ideals. So you take President Trump out, who is going to beat Biden. Likely whoever the other person is probably going to beat Biden as well, because Biden's losing voters just because of what's happening internally. So who is that person on the Republican side that whoever wanted to do the inside job wanted, and why?
I would assume if that's the question you're asking, I would assume it would be Nikki Haley because she is the most liberal centrist out of all the main candidates. They're definitely not going to go DeSantis. He's pretty much the same as Trump in a lot of ways. So I would probably say it's Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley, according to Trump, is a traitor to him. I mean, she went against him. So again, I don't think that's the most important part. I think the most important part that we have to understand is a guy who was about to win, a guy they tried to convict and put in prison, and the Supreme Court overturned it, so they couldn't actually lock him up. And now there's an assassination attempt. I mean, listen, 1 + 1 is 2, guys. We have to take this seriously, and we have to start looking at this as an inside job and try. And what we need to be talking about and we need to be looking at is who actually did this. This is what we really need to be discussing right now. Who did this and what was their motive? And I can only assume it's the deep state or the swamp that Trump always talks about that try to take him out. They try to take him out every means necessary. And this right here is act of desperation.
Thanks. Larry.
You know what the real question is, I bet you this guy was hiding in that building, maybe even overnight. Probably had some inside access, probably was hiding the whole day, waited and came out once there was a lull. Everything was all swept, everything was secure, everyone was just sitting on their hands, okay, just an ordinary rally. And then this guy probably came out. He could have been hiding there overnight for all we know. I guarantee you when this story comes out, it's something.
I don't think I'm going to believe whatever comes out.
Right, one second, guys. I want to bring in Gary Woods.
Yeah, and why would you? It's tough to believe anything.
Right.
So it's gonna be hard for all of us.
Let me bring in.
Right away, people were saying.
Thor, can you not hear me?
Guys, hold on 2 seconds. Go ahead, Sully. You're gonna bring in Gary.
I'm bringing Gary Woods. Gary Woods. You are an ex-special forces with experience, with a lot of relevant experience to the conversation that we're having right now. Based on your experience, I guess this is the question: A, how did the shooter get into the position that he got into? B, why is it that the special forces, the security detail had him scoped and yet did not take him out? Why was there a witness who said that for a few minutes before it even happened that they were pointing out the shooter? What is your thoughts about all of these questions that a lot of the audience is having?
So my background is only basically the late 80s until the early 90s. So it's not this current like Myron and even Bannon. I think Bannon was talking about being an instructor in sniper schools and so forth. My experience is 1st Reconnaissance Battalion for 5 years, deployed all over all over the Persian Gulf. And it's just amazing to me as far as the relevance of current technology versus 35 years ago. 35 years ago, we had the tech where we could have done a lot more security of that particular event. And I'm just surprised that things like drones, things like motion detectors aren't set up as a perimeter looking outward, as far as a protocol for these open air events. That really is surprising to me. So it's hard not to say that there's this more than just a failure of protocol. It does seem that, again, 35 years ago, our tech was able to handle this a little bit better in my perspective.
Gary with common sense.
The other thing, I did want to make a really quick comment. I saw that you are starting to see some conversion of some of the higher level billionaires and so forth in Silicon Valley really come around, like Bill Ackman.
I mean, they were all in for the one.
Bill Ackman was very vocal. He was very pro Trump.
Ackman, Elon Musk, most of them were kind of obvious that they were already. They were already in on Trump. They just came out because of what's happened, right, Gary?
Yeah, again, that goes to what PBD was saying earlier on his emergency podcast. Was you're going to have to basically stand out. You're going to have to actually be more bold than just letting the events roll out as they are. Like Trump supporters in the past have been. Maybe to put something up as a tweet or something along those lines, but security mindfulness over the next 5 months is super important. I don't agree with Alex saying that he should go into his cellar and just basically hide from the world. But like some of these things as far as security protocol are very, very overlooked. I remember even when the Pope got shot and then he was riding around in a Pope-mobile. Like these things are like basic security that I'm surprised that this happened today.
So the local Pennsylvania hospital confirmed that 2 patients from Trump rally, thank you Sarah for sharing, 2 patients from the Trump rally are in critical condition. So we already have 1 dead. As far as I remember, 1 was deceased and 2 are in critical condition. So that's just came in now. Also, we do have obviously more information on Biden. No details on the call he's had with Trump. This evening, President Biden spoke to former President Trump. The president also spoke to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Butler Mayor Bob Dendoy. Tonight, the president is returning to Washington. Tomorrow morning at the White House, he'll receive an update briefing from Homeland Security and law enforcement officials. Those briefing the president included Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle, which obviously Elon's not a big fan of, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Attorney General Garland, and FBI Director Christopher Wray. So it's just the latest update here. Just on that call, and Joa, I'll give you the mic first if there's any updates you have, and then I'm going to go to Tira and Lucky. He's going to get more of a political perspective on all this and what it would mean for the election moving forward. Go ahead, Joa.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of disagree with a lot of people up here. I do think this initially emotionally helps Trump. I do think the agents of chaos that came up and basically kept saying it was an inside job forget that, Paul Pelosi was attacked. Was that an inside job? They wanted to go after his wife. Whitmer, there was a kidnapping plot by 13 people, I think it was. Trump played that down and said, oh, it really wasn't that serious, but then took credit for stopping it. Then about Paul Pelosi, he actually made fun of the fact, oh, how's he doing? They wanted to stop the wall. Looks like their wall didn't work too well, right? It's like, why weren't those inside jobs? Why wasn't that the CIA? Why wasn't that the deep state?
Whitmer
Like,
was
it's
an inside
ridiculous.
job. Most of those people were fed. When it went to trial, a lot of those people were fed. It came out. Joe, come on.
Yeah,
That trial
who is president
that
then?
the FBI.
Lucky, who's president then?
But the relevance is you said that you're saying it happened. That was literally an inside job. They found a couple patsies, and most of the people involved were related. To
I'm
various
unsure
places.
about that, but I'll look into it. But
I didn't know Paul Pelosi had Secret Service protection.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, let
about
me just
Secret
quickly go to-
Service. It's someone. It's a political violence happens. Most of the time, it's lone gunmen or a group of people. It's not an inside job. But I do believe that
A
going
dude
forward,
came with
if
a
the
hammer and hit him in the
Democrats-
head. You're comparing this to being shot?
If the Democrats know how to play this right and know how to, because this will bring a lot of focus about political violence. And if they know how to play it right, which I doubt they will, they knew how to play it right and show that this divisiveness that this country has had, that the risk of civil war, of what is going on, is coming from one side, mostly, they could turn things around.
I see. Ronald Reagan, a conservative, was shot. Donald Trump, a conservative, was shot. What are you talking
Do
about?
you know how to shut up? Because you're not adding any value to the conversation.
All right, let me go back. Let me just go back to just from a political standpoint, Joa, and I want to ask this question to Tira and Lucky as well. What does it mean again for Biden and for Trump moving forward in this
I
election?
think if the Democrats had the courage to play it right and show that the political violence that's happening in this country is coming from a man who has made fun of other people have been targets of political violence, they could turn things around. I don't think they have the courage to do it, though, to be honest.
So, Joe, just coming back onto this, right? I missed what you said, but are you said, in your view, what is it? Do you think this is a lone gunman, or do you think there was something different?
Yeah, I think it's a nut job.
Okay, so what do you what do you think that the nut job was? What was his reasoning for attempting to do this? We don't know. This is speculation, obviously.
Well, if you listen to the media, regardless of who you listen to, either Biden's ruining the country or Trump's ruining the country, and that's the only two views in the world. There's nothing that, like, there is some good that Trump did, there is some good that Biden did. They don't know how to look at that. They just think the other person is evil. It's like, it's good versus evil in America. Do you know what I mean? And that's because of the media, and that's how they get attention. And you saw it tonight. Like, all the guys that have the biggest accounts that were up here were all saying, it's an inside job, a civil war is coming next week. Those are the guys with the biggest accounts. Why? Because that's what
So
America
the
wants.
House Oversight Chairman,
I mean,
the
the
House
majority
Oversight
of people
Chairman
do
just
think
calls
it's
on
an
Secret
inside job,
Service.
right? Sorry, go.
So the House Oversight Chairman calls for on Secret Service Director to appear for hearing. That just came in now. So we're possibly going to see a hearing there, and I think this is all from a political standpoint. This will all, play to Trump's favor, and the story is going to continue playing in his favor for the next couple of months until the election, potentially. So it's just an
We'll
update
hear
here
it on repeat,
as well.
Mario, until November, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's a massive political win for Trump. We do have. Let me just before going through more information. Let me go to Yehuda. You've got some information. Then we'll go back to some more news that's been breaking.
Yeah, so I spoke to a friend of mine who was for a NATO ally of the United States, a close protection officer for 8 years, and I sent him the videos or the pictures of the geolocations. I posted in the Purple Pill. We looked at the area of this factory is about 5,000 square feet of surface area, rooftop surface area. The fact that we've seen with our own eyes that the Secret Service sniper shot at the shooter from behind Trump would indicate that there was literally no one from Secret Service on an area with line of sight to the
Everybody knows I'm fine. It kills me not to know.
Pretty good read. should have scored that actually. Kind of sad. Heard the hit. Heard the hit, man. Man. It's tough. Good shit, homies. Good shit. I was just in there, bro. Stupid. That's sloppy. Bro, he had to go. He had to be watching it. go, baby. Let's freaking go. Almost missed it. Yeah. Close. Almost a bad play.
Hell yeah.
That's got like 8 hits over the net, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. What a hit into me. I think I own gold it.
To have what now, Jake?
Yeah, bro. Bang. I don't know. That was a good clean shot.
Yeah.
Hey, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Son. Bro, Big
See,
Daddy
I
Ron-
done got it figured out.
Rana's back, bro. Didn't you hear? President Trump's getting shot. Coronavirus is back. Bird flu's in full effect.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You done seen the pictures of that motherfucker that got shot
Oh yeah.
by the Secret Service? That's some
How-
wild shit.
How did that not go in?
I was talking to this dude, Jake.
I thought it was like a clean shot that I hit over him. So. Yeah, bro. Hey, Trump though. Oh my bad. The guy behind me was up my butt a little bit. Yeah, I've seen it all. I was on X the entire time, last like 4 or 5 hours.
Shit.
Oh. We almost all got there. We were all barely out of the pocket there.
I think this YMJJ dude, I don't know what he's doing.
Hanging out, you know? Damn it.
Come on, bro. Oh, hell.
Ugh.
Oh, that boost. I think I could add
Yo,
that.
turn mid.
Ah.
Gonna have to fake him out. No boost. I got no boost, bro. I'm biding time.
No, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I hit it over there for him to buy time. I had no boost.
I just respawned.
Nice. Oh fuck, I missed.
Close. Dead. Close.
I got no boost. No boost, no boost, no boost. I got full boost now.
Nice.
Good pass.
Da-da-da. 26 seconds.
Pinch. Oh no!
What the fuck?
No! Dude, what? I had like, oh, that was great. See, man. GG's.
Alright now. GG's.
Now, yo, you dipping, brother? Got some Copenhagen wintergreen right here.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, shoot me
Oh,
an invite.
yeah.
Let's party up, bro.
Do what?
You want to party up? I'm GC.
Yeah, I'm good.
Later, bro.
No, I mean, I'm.
Oh, what was his name, though? Oh, it was Big Daddy. So, yeah, recent player. Big Daddy Rona? I'm gonna take a piss, but. Un momento. Are you in chat?
Yeah, ma'am.
Alright, cool. Give me a sec. You like spitting on your floor in there or what, brother?
I got a bottle.
Are you playing juice? Oh shit. I'm bad. Now I know.
I think it was a rank disparity in
Nice, dude.
threes for
Holy
some reason.
Can't even get the spin.
I'm coming back.
Disparity in
Bomb.
champ 2 and 3.
I think I'm champ 2 and 2s right now. I was GC.
Oh my goodness. Big whip.
Best I could do. Nice.
Thanks for the carry, Dad.
Holding it down. Ah, fuck.
Hey,
My
that's
bad.
Just close.
Damn, man. I thought I fucking had it.
Almost. Yeah, I'm Dookie, bro. On the flip recess. What's your normal rate? You grand champ?
When I was playing a lot, I was GC1 low to champ 3 div 4. Right now, I'm about champ 2, champ 3.
I believe.
I missed.
No, you're good. I was trying to see if I could match your speed and beat you on that play, but you got it. I was just watching your back. Yeah, right there.
If I wouldn't have touched it that first touch, I'd have been all good. These dudes are fucking trash. Nice.
Good pass, man. I was watching your boost. It's such a, like, I wish they would take that away, to be honest, though. It simplifies the game 30%
Yeah, no
more.
shit.
Like, I
Yeah.
hate the boost pad.
I agree. I don't usually look at it.
Oh, I definitely do now. I mean, now that it's there, it's like a cheat code. Like, it's kind of gay. Like, I mean, I've been playing since, you know, what, 17? So, I played for a few teams and stuff, too, back in the day. I've been GC...
Oh, shit.
4 or 5 years. Yeah, I've been in
I
some of
probably
the
ain't-
videos and shit. Like,
I
Rizzo's
probably
on
ain't
my
played
friends list on
nowhere
Discord.
near. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
That's
Rizzo's
badass.
Rizzo's washed, but I definitely called Scrub Killer though. Back-to-back like champs washed after. That was kind of funny.
Hell yeah.
But I was watching Scrub Killer before he could even qualify.
Shit. No, shit. I probably ain't been playing maybe 3, 4. No, probably maybe 5 years.
How'd you stumble upon it?
My little cousin had the game. I just happened to play it. Hell, I'm 28 years old.
Yeah, I'm 32.
I mean,
I used
like,
to play Halo.
I
like,
know a
on
lot
some,
of the
like,
younger kids seem to be a whole lot better for some reason, but I still have to keep up with them. My problem is, like tonight, I done got about half drunk and smoked a couple bowls and.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, damn, man. What the hell is this shit?
It's a preview. Our first Tuesday game. Just warmed up, you know?
Nice.
Damn, bro. Your arrows are way better than mine. I played the number of games.
I promise it ain't like that all the time. I might play like that this match and then
yeah. Well, freestyle.
Next match I can't hit shit.
Freestyle wannabe, you know.
Oh yeah. But
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah.
never
By the
learned
way-
like air roll left or right. Oh yeah.
Bro, do you see Trump though? He's like, fuck you after he got shot. Dude, Trump is the most
Yeah, I
gangster
seen
fuck in
that
the world, bro. Trump is the biggest fucking gangster of our time that will ever live, bro.
He done got shot and he just like
Yeah,
fuck.
dude, seriously, he was chanting like, fuck you, fuck. Honestly, people were saying he said like fight, but I thought it was like, fuck you. It looked like he was saying fuck you if I'm reading lips.
Yeah, yeah, nice shot.
Like, honestly, bro, dude, he got shot, and I watched that shit live. Holy fuck, bro. I was like, this motherfucker almost went to jail. He's a felon. We got a felon in the White House, and we got 50 Cent bulletproof. 50 Cent's been tweeting about Trump, bro. Trump 2020. Oh my god. I mean, I've been calling
He's a
it. but-
badass.
Bro, dude, it's the best fucking thing. Also, Vivek Ramaswamy is gonna be VP. I can almost guarantee it. And I love Vivek, bro. Vivek will be like the next 12
Yeah.
years of American history are gonna be the best, economically and like for the people. The next 12 years are going to be glorious. Honestly, after the shooting, I might think like 20 years in the future now. I've been saying the next 12 years are gonna be fucking insane, but this is a whole other level of shit, bro. Whole other level of shit. I almost pulled like a Zen backwards hit.
Nice.
Yo, can you demo? No, open. I wasn't gonna say your
Nice.
shit. But yeah, bro. Fuck, bro. Today's been
That
awesome.
shit's wild.
Biggest event in American history in our lifetime, at least, because you're 28, I'm 32, bro. Like,
Yeah,
honestly, I mean,
nice
that's.
shit.
I almost think that's bigger than 9/11. Like, I've been debating it. I'm like, are they gonna say this is like a more monumental time in American history than 9/11? Which it might be, which is wild to think about.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna try to hit it mid,
I'm all the way back.
bruh. I fed you.
Shit, I missed the boost. Popping it.
I'm up. Oh, I actually missed that. That was perfect. Oh my goodness, I did not expect this.
Damn. I should have seen that coming. Oh shit, I passed it.
I missed it. It's not in. It's not in. You got. Ah! Never mind. Probably might have time on that. Bro, I'm at 34 too. Like, I mean, I feel like. Right there.
Alright.
I got it. Yep, I got it.
I shouldn't have went for that.
Ah! Damn it! I knew I cut it 2 inside. Fuck! Alright, thank you. Go middle, go middle, go middle.
Alright.
Yes! Oh no! Whoa! What? What a save! I don't even know.
I bumped him.
I honestly don't even know how it happened.
Ah, I missed. Bumped.
Oh, I'm not there, bro. I went up mid.
I got bumped.
Darn! Going right. Oh my god, I can't do it. It's a free net. Nice. I'm up, I'm up. Yeah, I missed. I'm out mid. Not in, not in, not
How
in.
the fuck did he get the bump?
Oh, yes. What a squishy save and a half. Let's go, dude, with that squishy save for the pass. Right there. Oh my god. Big Daddy. Take a shot of this fucking Tito's. I'm gonna try to score.
Oh fuck!
Dude, I'm
no!
I'm so bad.
I won't even read in the fucking chat.
No. Damn, that's on me. That's on me.
Gosh, damn it, man. Alright, try it again. Fuck it. Oh, that's fucking ass.
Are you 1-1, so we're L or 0? Bro, seriously though, Trump got the president got shot and straight up chanted after he got fucking shot, bro.
Said, fuck you.
Dude, like even, oh my god, bro, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. People were saying, he said, fight, but I don't, it looked like fuck you, bro. Like, it looked like a fuck you, honestly. Hard fuck
That's
you.
what I thought he said.
That's what I thought he said.
I got queued 2s and 3s.
Oh, here you go. I'm gonna try to get this, honestly. Yes, sir. Oh, what?
I stole it.
You did. That was beautiful, though. Beautiful. I was like, all right, that's in. How did there's like a ghost? You didn't even touch it. Like, you didn't even touch it, bro. Ghost touch on an A1 steak sauce top shelf fucking play.
I'm back, but I'm 0. Ain't got.
Didn't get a save for that? Lame. I'm up, kinda. I don't know. Yep, I got it. I'll try to dim a goalie, but it's all up to him. No! No! I came in on the swoop. I was like, I know he's gonna take it. Right here. I came over, hit it, not hard enough. It like ghost hit it. This is bullshit, bro.
MVP. Nice.
Let's go! Man, you ain't getting MVP. What do you mean? You're just stealing nets, bro. It's like the Rocket League gods won't allow it.
I was coming for that one.
Yeah, I had to put some fucking spice on it because I gotta hit these things actually fast. Actually, gotta put a little sizzle on it, you know?
How the fuck did I not get that boot? Ain't no fucking way. Tried to bump his ass. Damn.
That was a good play. I don't gotta be here. All right.
Come on. Come on.
Hey, dude. Also, by the way, you should definitely follow me since you're at least a fucking Trump supporter. I mean, I've been preaching it on my Facebook when I sell cars. My bosses get mad at me, but now the haters are even coming out like preaching for Donald Trump. Bitch, I have never hidden my fucking patriotism ever, and I'm not like a crazy like fucking. I mean, I'm a redneck for sure. I'm from a redneck town, but I'm not like fucking crazy. Bro, if Trump like would have died tonight though, that would have been like civil war for sure.
That would have been rough.
Oh, it would have been civil war for sure. They would have been outbreak. People would have been taken to the street like fucking like MAGA extremists for sure would have been coming out fucking just popping Mexicans left and right. I'm sure because the illegal immigration fucking thing. Like I'm not trying to be like. I'm just trying to be like real with it, but this is my opinion. Damn. That's a goal if you can get it. Yep.
You took both boosts on that side. I was fucking zero.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
All good. Alright, let's not throw this shit.
Go over to you.
That's all I can get. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh my god, what a save!
Nice save.
I would say, oh my god, what a goal, but he timed it perfectly.
Alright, Jake.
Let's go, baby. Shot for shot.
All I got. What a bunch of fucking trash cans.
What a bunch of fucking pussies. Binary bitches. Probably got participation trophies as kids, bro.
Oh shit.
That just ended tonight. The Western culture will not fucking die. I know that. You're gonna start fucking spitting on your fucking wounds again and fucking living like a man. There's 2-on-1 if we can beat him here. Beat him, kinda.
I'm 0. Fuck.
I'm not gonna demo me, fuck. Mitch, the bitch. Shalama, Shalama. Fake it at the end. Damn, what a read. Oh, I missed, but tactical. Oh, I'll try to demo him.
I missed.
Two on one here. No, I demo me.
I demoed him and he scored it.
Yeah.
Shit. Alright, no problem. Fuck him up.
Llama.
I might be getting too far out there on the shit.
It happens.
Gosh damn. You know, when shit like this starts happening, it's about about time for me to call it. It ain't looking good. Damn. What a fucking fake.
What a play, bro. Hey, you're still in it. You're still in it.
Faked him again. Nice.
Good stuff.
Nice. These motherfuckers can't handle the fate.
Bro, you're caught up in the sauce, bro. Like, that's, bro. I don't even know.
Call the fucking dogs.
Down by 4, bro. It don't even matter.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Oh my
Come
god.
on, boost. Gosh, damn it, I need boost.
I'm up 2. Beat him.
I'm not up. Nice.
Let's fucking go, dude. 64.
Hell yeah.
73. 81. Fucking go. Boomer and a half, bro. Way to solidify that lead, bro.
happened?
Bro, we had to lock it in.
We were getting our ass.
Had to like lock my shit. I'm gonna demo him. No, never mind. He got it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought that might have been in play. I'm in net. I'm in net.
Killed him.
I took both boosts from him. Oh, I didn't score that though.
Nice.
That's free net.
I mean, fuck these guys. Just fucking rush them. In the way they scored. Look, killed the motherfucker.
Demo, open net.
Killed him. Alright, let's
Hit
just
him
play
out,
that
hit him
for
out,
a
hit him
little
out.
bit. Oh, fuck. Damn, they can't even score that. Fucking weak.
Yeah, bro, tweet that shit. Let's fucking go. Are you tweeting right now? You on the X?
Hell no.
Fuck, you
No,
got to tweet.
I don't even get on that shit.
Bro, X is freedom of speech, bro. You can say bitch ass, like gay ass, bitch, whatever you want. You can say whatever, anything you want.
Yeah, I ain't never had one.
Nope. It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely where to get all your news. I mean, I saw Trump, literally Elon Musk tweeted the Trump thing immediately. Elon Musk is my boy.
I need a boost. Ah, you got me.
That's a goal.
You got me. Ain't no other way to put it.
You got
He fucked me up.
bro.
He won't play in no fucking games. He meant business.
Ah!
Why did I not see that coming?
It was like a toss up there.
I don't know, it's like it takes me a minute to get locked in, but I'm like this.
Oh, I'm not there.
Dude. Motherfuckers
They're
eating
on-
my
they're on
damn
it.
lunch.
Yeah, they're on it, bro.
I'm gonna say I was way out of play.
Damn.
Ain't looking good.
Man, we got 3.5 minutes, though.
Dude, I'm lagging. What the fuck? Dude, what are these 50s? Maybe the start. I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully. Don't curse it now. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Knock on your penis real quick.
Yeah. Gosh damn it, that was weak as fuck.
Oh,
Dude,
damn.
these motherfuckers don't miss.
He went after the demo too, so I had to kind of back out there. Like right here, he kind of went for it, and I had to kind of like fade out.
This motherfucker Monster Mike don't miss. He knows what you gonna do before you know what you gonna do. Holy fuck. What the fuck, man?
Good stuff. Just need a little follow through, and we're good.
The fucking ball in the net, man. Shit. That's tough. Damn, if you could have got the demo, that was it. Close. Damn, man. I think I'm gonna have to get off after this.
Pretty sure
I
Monster.
gotta work in the morning.
Monster Mike. Yeah, you're good. Forfeit real quick. We're good.
Yeah, I'll holla at you.
All right, bro. I'm gonna hop back on the first Ascendant.